every Thursday. The scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday they're doing a thing with that dark kitty as the fearless lead. And fought through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Emo's crush goes like magic in the air. To press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Welcome to the special place. Welcome, one and all.
Show us on the doll where your special places.
Here, and it's every Thursday.
I wish you all could see Kitted dancing backstage every time that song plays.
It's so good. It's very hard. You guys aren't all dancing?
I'm dancing in spirit.
I am.
Yeah.
Spirit, yeah.
Well,
my spirit is always dancing. There's non-stop Dancing Queen playing in my head. I wish that was a joke. Oh my gosh, a donation already.
Yeah, donation.
Lucifer. Good morning,
Lucifer,
everyone.
Good morning.
Sorry, Game Master, everyone.
Game Master.
Game Master.
Yeah. Gray's looking for the money shot.
Oh, I could be looking for that. I wasn't. I just tried to do a
that's the term
point, but there we go.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Listen,
there
folks. The election results are in after an unfortunate dropout by one of the top two contenders and an unfortunate ballot incident that forgot to see Gray on the actual ballot. There was only one person left to win. Congratulations, Kitty, Queen of Cats, Queen of Catdom.
You told me it was me. What the heck?
No.
Listen, there can only be one queen.
I guess so.
No. Present
I just
the
love the
picture.
Funko Pop dog. I just
My
love
Funko Pop is going to have this. It's going to be this design. If I can find my chat with Dorkus. Yes. Oh,
yes.
You know what, guys? We have to have dead air while we.
It's required. This is the scuff portion of the show.
Yes.
For those who don't know, there were a couple of election ads. One was an attack ad against Kitty for Queen. Gray did a live stream.
You got to put the mustache on there, then it will work perfectly.
Queen for 4 more years.
Woohoo! Yes, and you know what? With that, oh, Louise, we are. Hey, of course, it's your favorite podcast. That's another thing, guys. I was going to say, you guys have all been waiting for this podcast. Your other there was Timpool. There was there's freaking Sticks, Axenhammer, whatever his name is. Yep. They had their election reactions, whatever. But we know that America has been waiting for this show in particular, so that we could really hash it out, really have a proper think, and put this all behind us, right?
Every Louise and every Henry's was very much looking forward to this.
But yes, also, oh, look at that.
Newbies.
There's a newbie. Can you see how, do you think I know this person? Look how I blushed. But anyway, this picture here, if you would like to see, is that is me as the winner of the Queen election. But considering that, do we vote for queens and do we vote for kings? What we're going to do in today's, I was thinking we're probably going to get a bit heated with the discussion because of the subject matter. So there are some housekeeping rules that we would like to. Let me take this off so everybody can take me seriously. So
as you say, my queen.
Exactly. Okay, so housekeeping for this episode. Look, I'm hoping that that the rest of the thinkers come along. We've got some thinkers. Most of the thinkers here are on the same page, it seems, as when it comes to Trump. Am I mistaken?
We'll see.
Either way, well, there's going to be things we disagree on because that's life. That's how we are. But either way, what I wanted to do for all of us, each thinker needs to have the spotlight. You're going to have this thinker spotlight, and you're going to be able to tell us your general experience of the election. And of course, we're mostly interested in the American perspective. Hello. And then, yeah, so you get that uninterrupted time. And we will have everybody muted. That's it. You can talk all by yourself for at least 2 minutes. And also, when you're doing that, when you're giving your little speech or whatever, don't let chat interrupt you either. Okay? So just talk and then look at chat, because I don't want chat to be interrupting your flow of consciousness, right? Because they do that, those assholes. Then also we have a warning video if things get too spicy. The warning video, I will show it to you. It looks like this. So you have to watch that so you calm down, okay? There is the calming video. So
what about the wahoo?
The wahoo, it usually just makes people laugh. So where is it? Yeah.
Wahoo! Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's going well, we'll do one of those. But then the to be quiet. You don't vote for kings, but you vote for queens, and you voted for me.
Rigged election.
No, I'm the queen. So I'm the one that gets to say who's speaking and who isn't. But yes, that's it. Let's see who else is in the chat. We've got someone laughing at us. This Marcellus person. Do we vote for
Bob
kings?
on Twitter.
Bob, yes, Bob on Twitter. Murca, fuck yeah. Okay,
Bob, why aren't you in YouTube?
Demonetized.
Get in YouTube.
No, we're 8 minutes
in. I think we're good.
Yeah.
I thought we had to be 2 hours in to swear.
2 hours. Okay. Okay.
Is that just a Runkle thing?
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Maybe he decided that. Okay, so and again, thank you, Lucifer, for the donation. And Cowboy Bebop, hello. Hi, everybody. So, yes, if you just missed my entire housekeeping speech that I've prepared, so I even have notes and everything. Everyone's going to get solo layout and their ability to discuss. So, who wants to go first?
That's a good question. I suppose I could if no one else wants to.
Mm-hmm.
BMO offered. Let it be Mo.
Let it be Mo.
Let it be Mo. Lucifer again with the super chat. I vote for Lucy and Hera. They are the most adorable dogs of all time. You know what? I can't deny that.
You say the name Lucy, and then Lucy shows up in the chat.
Hi, Lucy.
She has been summoned, but no, it's both of the other Lucy. Lucifer and Hera.
There you go, Bob. Good job.
So adorable. Thank you. Wait, before we get there, Bimo, just sorry, let's get back to the only person who appreciated the pun in the title is producer Dorkus. So he gets stars. Yeah, because he knew he saw what I did there. None of you saw what I did there. So I'm very disappointed in all of you.
Is it a Donald Trump reference? Is that what you're Don? Like, I don't understand it.
Yes, Don. You're Don messed up.
Okay.
And I did put that in just because people are rather upset. That's the general thing. Thank you, Dorkus. Disapproving kitty. I'm often with the disapproving kitty there. So anyway, thank you. Thank you so much, Lucy. You noticed, right? You noticed off the bat, and that's why you're here, actually. Right. Anyway, back to Bimo and his political opinions.
So, all right, there's a couple things that happened. Sorry. There are a couple things that happened this election time that had never happened to me before. And the first one is that I did not get to vote. So that was something. Oh, I'm big on the screen. Okay. I went to go vote the other day, and I learned that I had already cast my vote. So I'm pretty sure I know what happened, and I got it reported, but I did not get to throw in my vote the way that it worked.
What?
Yes.
Are you alleging fraud?
Sorry, we're not
I am
supposed to
alleging fraud. Yes.
Stop. Okay,
It's
go,
a pretty insane situation, honestly, because I never had experienced it before. But yeah, I didn't get to throw in my votes, and then I got to go check the state in which I used to live have public voting rolls. Or you can see what people by their names and addresses, you can see what they voted for, and I used to live there. So I checked my old address and found that my name was under that address and that I had voted for Kamala. So it was something that I knew exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, everyone needs to be muted. But wait 1 second. So basically what happened is where I used to live, the county in which I lived was mail-in voting only for every election, both local and national. And every single election, when I was living in Washington, I would get ballots with the names of my family that had not lived there for multiple years. Like my father, who's deceased, would have a ballot. My mother, who lived in a different state for 8 years at that point, had a ballot. My sister and my brother, who lived in completely different states for over 10 years, all had ballots. And this was 2 elections in a row that were national that I experienced this. Now I moved to a different state before the next election came. Seems my ballot must have showed up at that house. And the person living there decided to vote for me. That is what I'm alleging right now. It is not proven, but it has been reported. So I'm just want to say, those who say that fraud doesn't happen are being a little ridiculous. Now, whether it was going to turn the election, that's a different story, different answer, because the answer is no. I don't think it would turn the election. I think Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. But man, this was an eye-opener. And regarding like the whole thing, it was I was watching the election results for 2024 until about midnight 30 that night. And I was just really surprised the popular vote and the electoral vote went to him, because that's a very rare thing for a Republican candidate to get such resounding voting, a resounding vote. And I think there's a lot of overreactions to how this is going to go, but I think that's a different part of the conversation today. I think it's just the reactions are insane right now. But I feel like another person is in charge or will be in charge soon, and I don't personally think that a lot is going to change in my day-to-day life. So, no matter who was going to be president, I would feel this way. Yeah, there you go. That's my soapbox.
Okay. Wow, I did not expect you to drop that bomb. I'm sorry, that's just insane.
The reason I was saving it for thinkers to let you know.
See, that's like authentic reactions there. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm blown away, because even in Africa, in South Africa, we need ID. So yes, you get registered Are you on the voting
It
registry?
needs the D. What?
Wow. We
So
went there.
but listen, so
He needs the G.
the
Gordon.
registry. Hey, yes,
Identity.
I've got a bracelet that has Gordon's name on. Isn't it cute?
Perfect.
Anyway,
Aw.
okay. So, hi, J-Mac. We are going to go over your tweet just now later because it was good discourse to add to the online discourse that was going on around here.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, what was I even asked? I was going to say, so
You need ID.
Hi, J-Mac.
the ID, you know what? It's Blobfish's fault. So
Sorry.
I take back all the stars I gave you for not identifying my what's the name. So okay, so what I mean is in South Africa we need ID. You have to have an identification so that you are the person that is taking that vote on the registry. Nobody can come and take your vote on the registry on your behalf. Gordon can't vote in my place. I can't vote in Gordon's place. That seems normal. But I honestly, I was over the age of 25 when I found out that's how the rest of the world doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, I want voter ID in all states, and I want it to be a federal requirement. But maybe that's a little too top down for some folks. But I feel like that should be a neutral position. That we need to make sure that the people that are voting. I guess so. I'm okay with being called a bigot on this position. Not gonna lie.
So I've been blackmailed, banned, delisted, deplatformed, blocked, censored, muted, cancelled, but damn it, we won. Okay, so sorry, that's Carl. Carl won. That's another thing we'll discuss. Let's just get through everybody. Let's get through everybody. So Bimo, you. So what's happened? So you didn't vote.
Yeah, well, I technically did, but I ran out of time for my votes to count for absentee. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Regardless, Donald Trump's going to get the victory anyway. So yeah.
Okay. Still, that's scary. Okay, and then Gray or Dorkus, who fought blood sports. Let's go.
Thinking
Dorkus,
of a number
won.
between. Did I? Oh.
You
Okay,
spoke first.
I'm-
That was my challenge.
Someone's got to go. I'm just going to.
Okay. I'm glad Trump won. I hope the fact that he got the popular vote as well is seen as a complete and total repudiation of what the Democrats and the media have to offer. This would be a wonderful opportunity for some self-reflection on their part. But for the most part, I don't think there will be a significant change in what they do and how they go about it. Now, if I recall correctly, Sitch and Adam had some interesting clips on their show worth checking out of leftist media possibly having some insight. But for the most part, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not sure that they'll take the opportunity for introspection. I hope that this election is seen as a total rejection of equity, DEI, intersectionality, and the legacy media. I don't think they're going to disappear, but I hope we've passed the climax of their power and effectiveness and influence. My expectations for Trump's second term will be on the good end, strong border and immigration policy. I think he'll be a very pro-Israel president. I think he'll be good on taxes. And I'm looking forward to this efficiency commission he's talked about. I think on the bad end, I think he'll try and do the tariffs, and I don't like tariffs. The depend how it's done side of things, a category all its own, will be Ukraine. I'll let Hydra take care of that. I know he wants. He has very strong informed opinions. I'll simply say that I hope that we don't cede ground to Russia. That's what I'm hoping. I'm pro-Ukraine and pro-helping them. So let's see. What was really fascinating to me on the night was how all of the left-leaning podcasts that I checked out were all predicting the Kamala win and expecting the Kamala win. And most of the right-leaning podcasts and folks that I check were feeling Trump pretty confidently. The Daily Wire was only cautiously optimistic, but the rest were all very, very Trump. My own opinion going in was feeling very confident that Trump would win. I was surprised by the popular vote, and well, yeah, I'm. That's all I got.
All right. Before we get to Gray, thank you, Wallace, for the donation. Oh my goodness. I will not consolidate around someone I've called a fascist. Period. End of story. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I just want to understand what consolidate means in terms of just what is he meaning? That
could mean associate.
Yeah, associate or support in any way, shape, or form.
If you want to talk about fascism, let's talk about weaponizing the DOJ and colluding with big tech to censor Americans and information. Okay, we'll get to it.
Okay. Then we've got Ure. Hi, Ure. God bless America and Trump's 1,000-year golden era. America is whatever. I don't know. You would know.
To the God Emperor of mankind.
Thank you very much, Ure. Everybody is celebrating the win and getting based and whatever. That's relaxed. We'll go on to the more moderate type of discussion.
I do appreciate that Wallace gave us a donation to tell us how much. To say that.
Yes.
How much
very much
with
so.
us. That's okay. That's cool.
See you, Kyle. Yeah. So I think you're a fascist, but I still like you. Okay. So last but absolutely not least, and of course, guys, Hydra will be here later. We will.
Is he least?
He's not least. Daisy and Axel could at least get their shit together and stop going after each other. But
Hydra is currently dealing with Trump's foreign policy that's happening right now, despite him not even being in office yet.
Yeah.
You don't understand.
He might not be the only thinker dealing with that right now.
Yeah, that might be a problem, guys. I was hoping we would have more Harris thinkers on, but whatever. Gray, are you a Harris thinker?
Harris voter.
Yes, meanwhile, we did actually have a Harris voter.
I would, yeah. So far we have a Harris voter and a Trump voter. I would. I guess I would consider myself unaffiliated. I don't know. I don't hate either side, but I do kind of share some of Wallace's concerns. Just what I saw after the last election doesn't make me want to champion essentially somebody who, if you look at all the things that happened on January 6th, like I find it really hard to kind of go that route and support everything that was kind of going on with that false elector scheme, and then the whole just sitting around with a Diet Coke watching the TV thing. So I don't know. So I felt very strange in this one because it's not your average election. What with everybody everybody from one side saying, hey, we can see that the current leader is not in prime mental, physical, whatever leadership condition, and then just being gaslit for months on end that like, no, he's actually the sharpest ever. You're wrong. He hasn't lost a step. In fact, he's amazing at chess. You got to play with this guy. He's amazing. So when that shoe did finally drop and everyone saw that like the emperor had no clothes after that first debate, Man, it was a weird season, but yeah, it just could not get me on board with Harris, and I just kept talking to a whole bunch of people who were very into Harris. So my mom and stepdad are super progressive, and I happened to spend a week with them towards the end of summer, and just, man, I kind of kept having a bunch of different conversations. It's like, okay, so I know you're supporting her, but like, is there a reason? And every reason that they could give me is just that she's not Trump. And
yes,
I don't know. I find issue with that. And then when you look at like where Trump was willing to go, and like the fact that he would go into, you know, enemy territory and actually do an interview, and the closest we got is like 10 questions asked to Kamala by Brett Baer, and then none of them were answered. I don't know. It feels a little bit different. It almost feels like one side really wasn't running a campaign this time, but I don't know. But I would feel like a hypocrite if, you know, I've said I have all these issues with this candidate, and so I'm voting for them. So I threw my vote away like I always do. I went third party, and I live in a red state, so all I'm doing is canceling out one of the regular votes for red. No matter what, That's a good question. I have a special third party that's just for me. I wrote in Biden. What can I say?
Nice.
No, it's an official third party, but you know, it's not one of them that you'd traditionally assume. But yeah, it's a weird season, and I see people completely on both sides just kind of conflating what happened. I see the whole like, this is a referendum for racism. You don't understand. Like, this just proves it. Half the country is racist. And then the same thing with I've been doing a few streams the last couple days, and just everybody is taking it as, oh, this is just so amazing. This is showing that everybody in America agrees with Trump. And it's like, no. Remember the results. Like, he did win popular vote, but it's 51-49. We're still a very split country. It's about half and half. But
well said.
Man, it is trending towards it. It seems like he was able to pick up a bunch of different supporters than he had last time. However, voting seems to be down from last time. And it could be the fact that, you know, like in BMO's case, everyone was kind of mailed a ballot last time, where it didn't happen this time. So I don't know. I do want to figure out what is going on with this, why people are saying that they didn't necessarily turn out this time, if it was just the candidates, or what exactly is going on. But
jeez, sorry.
Don't you mean Jay?
Jeez, Mac, gosh.
Ooh.
Indeed.
Who wants to take it, Gray? He interrupted you. Sorry, we have
sure.
to. I said chat wasn't going to interrupt, but $100, guys. We have to interrupt.
The illustrious, the amazing, the beef daddy, Mr. J Mac, for $100 says, if Trump is a fascist, then every Democrat in power is an accessory to fascism. If he was actually Orange Hitler, do you think Biden Kamala would call him and congratulate him on his victory? I'm no fan of Trump, but we need to step back and assess the words we use. And I totally agree with you. And that is one of the reasons why I haven't called him Hitler or Orange Hitler. You know, he's not going around killing Jews. He seems to be pretty pro-Israel. So I think that comparison alone does not seem to be apt. But I do think that there are these kind of authoritarian tendencies, at least in some of the ways that he was attempting to get power last time, that I don't know. I just can't condone. So I agree with you. I'm trying not to use rhetoric that is too inflammatory, but based on his actions, I don't think I could support him. But come on, he's not Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you ask the media, they're making direct comparisons to how he was in Madison Square Gardens, where Hitler was.
Yeah, so sorry to undercut J-Mac's thing, but like, if we want to talk about who's been civil and civility, all of the Trump comparisons to Hitler the last several years have I interrupted you, BMO. Sorry, go on.
I interrupted Greg.
Greg, speak.
Sure. And I also resent the accusations that I am emo lead singer Hitler. I come on, now, Lucifer. That does sound a little silly. And that's why, again, I think it's way over the top that anyone is using any comparison to Hitler. You know, it really sucks. And I haven't heard a bunch of people other than random people kind of in the news and then, you know, public forums kind of calling them that. But I don't know. I haven't heard anyone on the panel or like in the chat call them that. I think Wallace did mention that there is some
It's ridiculous. Sorry, it's ridiculous to pretend that the media and Democrats and a hell of a lot of leftists haven't called him Hitler just because you supposedly haven't.
Yeah, it's literally we're a week out from the Madison Square Garden thing, guys.
Yeah, which again is really stupid that somebody's comparing something actually said in a political speech with a comedian doing jokes. Again, I just thought that was way over the top. But Wallace did say that he thought that his actions were fascist, and fair enough. I've seen a bunch of different answers as to why, like, Destiny does have his entire kind of thread as to why he sees those actions as fascistic. I don't know if I'd go that far. It definitely seems authoritarian
Wallace,
to me, but
fuck you. Just
Damn.
Simple fuck you.
Damn.
A lot of people have talked like Hitler. I guess, you know, there would be kind of some unpacking to do on what he means by that. But I don't know, man. I can definitely see why some people would have that idea. I don't think it's necessarily accurate, but, you know, there's some people that I loosely associate in my head with other bad political figures. I don't know that it's necessarily wrong for me to do that. I think I would try and justify it, but
I just think it's funny. I think it's a really funny comparison, that's for sure. He talked most like Hitler. Okay. Well, I mean, in terms of authoritarian actions, I think that there's a good argument to be made regarding how Trump reacted to the 2020 election. But I don't think that makes him a fascist. I think it requires a little more in order to be a fascist. Maybe if he was successful, maybe that would make him a fascist. I don't know. But ultimately,
that would be a weird definition, though. That like it's only fascism if it's successful.
I know. It's a funny thought.
Who is at the door? Who is at the door? Is it chicken or is it more? It was
every time I hear a doorbell now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, actually, it's
every time I hear a doorbell, though, Rosales has programmed me to hear that. Just I hear that song now.
Yeah, it's absolute crap. But listen, I actually want to go into everybody's claims that we all disagree on. Can we identify them?
Well, I think we can all agree that having YMCA as the congratulatory song is perfect, and who could beat that?
Was that his song? I didn't even know.
Yeah, like immediately after his
yes,
calling the election, it went into YMCA. It was rather festive.
Speaking of that, actually, Gray. Okay, as someone who so. Just so you know, something that has lost me 10 followers on Twitter is 10 whole. That's a lot when you got no followers.
It is.
That's a lot of. That's a big percentage. Okay, go into the math nerd part of the Discord and ask about proportions and things like that. So, point is, people stopped following me, and I can only assume it's because they realized that I don't absolutely hate Trump. And now they have cut ties, basically. And I know it's just Twitter, but there have also been reports of people cutting ties because of the voting. Sorry, we have more. Trump is actually divinely appointed by the Lord. Amen. Accept this, and you shall be saved.
Look,
all I'm saying
is
you forgot the praying hands emoji.
Exactly.
Look,
sorry.
I would take more seriously complaints about what Trump has said if the left hasn't spent years lying about shit like very fine people and bloodbath and coyotes and whatever the fuck. right?
Liz Cheney firing squad stuff.
Liz Cheney firing squad. The left does not have a single goddamn leg to stand on about what anyone has said and how they said it.
I just want to comment on the super chat real quick, and I just want to say, technically, as the Christian boy here, Trump is in office or will be in office because God put him there. I'm just saying.
God willed it.
Yeah, but then couldn't you say the same about Biden? Or
Yes.
wouldn't you have to say the same?
What
Yes,
is your
literally,
audio
yes.
right
By
now,
definition,
Gray?
you would
Are you
say the
under
same, yeah.
under the desk?
He's-
I love his
What?
audio
Me?
right now. It's like
Yeah, your audio
helicopter
just
mic.
wildly
Did you
changed.
change?
Me?
Yeah.
yeah.
No. I know that I got a warning when I joined StreamYard today that said like there was random
Oh, wow.
disconnections and shit.
You basically
Strange.
you're come in kind of
Really?
thing.
Nothing has changed, so I'll leave and come back.
I love it, but yeah.
To
Okay.
answer this question, a bunch of folks on the left had never heard the phrase coyotes used when dealing with human traffickers, etc.
Yeah.
So when Trump used it, the left wrote all these kinds of articles making fun of him about it and tried to turn it into a meme, only showing their own idiocy in the process.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some blame to go around there, but to push back a little bit, there are some really crazy things that have been said on both sides of the aisle regarding Trump and his presidency and the things he's said. So if I want to be as charitable as possible, there's a lot of dirt to be spread around on the really weird stuff that has gone on. But though that being said, for the past, what was it, from 26, actually before 2016 to today, it has been a nonstop Trump is Hitler campaign from mainstream media, and it didn't work this time, and that should be noted. That it doesn't work anymore. People are tired of that, to the point where January 6th is not persuasive to Trump voters. Like, it should be noted that that was not persuasive to people.
Well said.
That
But
should
now-
say something.
But you see, okay, so I think most of this, look, when the differing opinions come across, let's attack them, let's tackle them, let's go for them, because I want to understand everybody's positions and things like that. But absolutely, let's do the takeaways for the Democrats from this election. It shouldn't be, for me,
The House, the Senate, and the presidency?
what
Take it
my
all away?
experience, the takeaways in what did we learn from it? What did we learn? Gordon hates it if I say that to him. What did we learn? It's like the most condescending thing you could ever say to someone. But so what my experience has been, like what I've heard from it, okay, so we've got the here's the spectrum of the reactions. There's the, oh my God, it's the end of the world. And it's not even as funny as the ones in 2016. Those were, like, the ones that are happening now are real. There's more people that seem to be really, really fearful of these, of the results. That they feel like they're in danger. Okay.
And it's ridiculous.
And I'd like you
There
all
was
to
some of that
just
in
calm down.
2016. Is my
Yes, it
audio
was.
messed up still, or is it normal now?
I
No,
think
it's still messed up.
it's just not bassy. That's it. Like, it's not as
What the
bassy as
hell?
it usually is.
I literally have done nothing. I have changed nothing with this thing. Okay, weird.
That's okay. You sound fine. It's just not as bassy as usual.
Yeah.
Weird. I have no idea.
Oh, now you're
Whoa,
back.
there we go.
What the hell? Like, I literally restarted the audio engine. Okay. Yeah,
you
screw
go.
StreamYard. I hate StreamYard. So anyway, I don't know, man. For you to say that like January 6th didn't affect anyone, I don't know. With all the persecution that Trump had been getting since 2016, that might have inspired me to vote for him this time. But I don't know, that J6 thing and the way that he handled it, the way that he kind of handled the Tony Hinchcliffe situation, it just seems like he's unwilling.
All valid
to kind
reasons not to vote for him, honestly.
But it seems like he's unwilling to kind of take responsibility. Like, yeah, I had this comedian booked there and said, he's like, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if he's saying hateful things. Like, which
that was
seems to be kind of
wild.
his way that he's going off of everything. So I don't know. I couldn't support him, but keep in mind, I don't know that we can get like every single takeaway from this yet. I think we still do need to kind of, and I've heard it could take like at least 6 months to a year to finally figure out like everything that kind of led to this. But I think certain people have different reasons for, not being able to vote for a certain person, because it also seems like less Democrats came out to vote, as far as the numbers are kind of saying.
Turnout was low, yeah.
I don't know. Does that mean that just Kamala was not the perfect candidate for them, or didn't get anyone to come out for that?
That's
or
my takeaway.
Or does it mean that? Yeah, sorry. Go right ahead.
No,
2 points.
Or does it mean? Well, 2 points.
Basically, or was Trump, positive enough to actually like gain the support? Because again, it's about 51% for, 49% against. That being said, like, yes, it is rather unprecedented that they'd also get the House and the Senate. Hell yeah. It seems like there is more of a push, and the right was more, what do you want to call it, fired up to actually go out and vote this time. Perhaps it was because of the rhetoric last time telling people, don't worry about that mail-in voting thing. Perhaps people saw the issue with not worrying about that, and they really took it upon themselves to not let that happen again this next time. It's hard to say. So I do want to hear the takeaways. But sorry, Dorkus, you were saying two things, and then I started rambling.
So 2 quick points on these topics is, didn't Trump improve remarkably in the demographics for Black men and Latinos? That seems noteworthy. If true, I've only heard it. I haven't actually looked into that.
Every election, he's had more support from more less white people and more of the others. This was the same thing in 2020, where there was still a historic turnout for vote for him, but not enough to flip the election.
Gotcha. And then the other thing, the other point is, I believe I said it last stream as well. This election has been a referendum on Kamala and the Democrats, not so much Trump. Everyone and their mother had an opinion on Trump a long time ago. Yeah, I think, and it's just that Kamala was genuinely that bad. But what did O'Fucks say? Zero fucks?
Okay, so I called him O'Fucks and Zero Fucks at the same time. Yeah. So look, it goes along with what's being said here. The Democrats at a high level have an identity crisis and need to redefine themselves, reposition themselves. So it seems like there were Democrats that didn't have anyone to vote for this time. They didn't want to vote for Kamala, but they definitely didn't want to vote for Trump. So maybe they did what Gray did, or they just didn't vote at all. I think it's important for you to go and vote, so that whatever you do with your vote is counted. So that you say, I went there. I went there. Okay, look, if you're voting with what Muden says, even though she got it right or he got it right, Muden's the hippo. I think you do need to go in and go and spoil your ballot if you're going to do that. Go and do so that you are saying something, you're making some statement. I don't know about spoiled ballots in America, but in South Africa you can do that. I haven't done it before, but so it seems like the Democrats, there was a politically homeless group, and that's where Zerofax's thing comes in. As the Overton window shifts left, the former left jump ship when things get too left for them, but they don't have a ship to jump into.
That's the thing. So for the longest time, the Democrats were trying actively to appeal to the loud minority of progressives and extreme leftists. They seem to think, for whatever strange reason, that would be their pathway to victory, and it forced out all of the reasonable Democrats, all of the reasonable left-leaning things. They became politically homeless, and a lot of them are starting to turn to the right.
Maybe. So I do want to see the data and how it bears out. If there are a lot of Democrats who are now voting Trump, as opposed to just Democrats not going out to vote this time. Because this is a very unprecedented election where we had literally a candidate who was incapable of doing the job, and we were all kind of, had smoke blown at us that, no, he's great. And then very late in the game, it was switched out with somebody else, and they kind of did it without the whole representation and getting different candidates in there. But it was extremely late in the game. So was there time to have a campaign for the pre-campaign right before the debates? I don't know. It seems like a really strange time. So I'm not sure that this is a referendum, but I'd be interested in what's going to happen in the next thing, because it definitely could be. And it could be that, putting somebody like Kamala in there, who has been one of the most progressive people, that actually could be the reason. But it could also be that she's just a really bad candidate, and that was kind of their only choice. Where do you want this bad candidate?
This is I see this.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a referendum against progressivism, as opposed to they weren't at all engaged with Kamala.
Yeah, that's how I feel, because I feel like this election showed just how bad of a candidate Kamala really was. Yeah. Because, like Dorkus said, everyone has an opinion about Trump. He is the most popular candidate to have an opinion about. And Kamala, every interview where she had a chance to show how she actually felt about things, needed a teleprompter, had a bunch of different weird things going on, or would just repeat the same stump speech every single time, talking about things that no one cares about. Whereas you would get Donald Trump to go on podcasts, and we already knew who the guy was, and then you get to see him on Donald Trump. You get to see him on Joe Rogan, and you get to see, oh, this guy, he really likes Joe Rogan for some reason.
No, he was being a politician on Joe Rogan. That's another thing.
I watched Kamala Harris on the Call Her Daddy podcast. Okay, I suffered through that. I learned nothing new about Kamala. I learned something new about Donald Trump on Joe Rogan. She was using the same stuff over and over and over again. So I didn't know how she felt about anything. She felt fake. At least Donald Trump, to give him credit, feels honest about what he is, to a fault.
So, look, part of the discussion we're having, the reason we're having this stream, is to hear everybody's experiences and things like that. And we actually have, you heard it here, folks. Okay, I'm gonna pretend that it didn't
Zero
happen
Fox is a traitor. That's what he is.
He is registered Dem and still voted. I think that the Democrats need to look at that stat. Look at who's registered Democrat and not voting Democrat. Like that's a good sign to say, I'm angry with what you're doing. I have become more aligned with the Republican Party than your party. What does that mean about you? Not about me, about you. It seems like that perspective hasn't really sat yet. It's all about everybody else. It's not about the Democrats.
Yeah.
Sorry, and then we've got Sokav over on. Guys, remember that we stream on Twitch too. There's a lot of ads. So Sokav, my captain, says, from a radio convo, it seems Americans can vote for policy and disconnect the candidate completely, despite the deeply troubling background of the candidate himself. Maybe the rest of the world cannot believe these two things can be separated.
Why?
How do you guys feel, Americans? Do you do that?
I don't care about the moral implications of the candidate, because that's not what I would be voting for them in for. Because if I had the choice, I would pick a Christian to be a presidential candidate and someone that I would prefer in office. Donald Trump is not a good man, and I don't really care, because it's what he's going to do regarding his record from last time he was in that I would hopefully look forward to.
Yeah, I would say it's probably not the easiest thing to do, and it would probably be based off of moral intuition lines. For example, Trump is probably going to do things in office that I would prefer. Therefore, I can be more forgiving of his personal flaws, whereas Kamala would do policy things that I'm completely and entirely against. Therefore, I am much more interested in calling out her flaws. But in theory, it should be all about the policy. And that's, what I try to consider.
Yeah.
Bob, you're putting him on the TV. You are inviting him for dinner.
So to kind of put my take on the Sokov's comment there.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm looking for
ideally, it would be great if we could separate, like the actual candidate from the policy. But I think that is kind of going against moral intuitions. A lot of times we, do get into this tribalism thing, and then it's just kind of this our side versus their side. So it is kind of put as, loyalty or betrayal, whether or not you vote for certain policies, but you're going for a candidate that might be opposite of that. Just the fact that we can do that on our ballots is pretty awesome. Generally, you do get a vote. You can do the entire ticket if you want, but you do get to go piecemeal if you want to, and that's awesome. I hope more people kind of do that instead of just going along a color line. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard because you're kind of fighting nature in a way. The whole tribalism thing.
Yeah, we're never going to
join a team.
But then again, when your team is not doing something that you like that's the thing. We are tribal species. We're herd animals, whatever you want to call us.
Or that.
But if you watch a young dog and an older dog, the older dog corrects the younger dog when they do something wrong. That's part of being social. You let somebody know. You let the other party know that they have done something wrong, and then you kind of negotiate how you're going to continue through. So what I'm trying to figure out or trying to point out is, are there any Democrats that are going, hang on a second, why has this happened? What did we do that made us so unappealing? Like
it's really interesting you say that, because I am more inclined, as someone who is conservative, I am much, much more inclined to take criticism and value criticism from other conservatives on issues, because I'm inclined to believe that they would be offering it more in good faith. I'm a bit less interested in criticism coming from Democrats. And it doesn't help that I have very little respect for the far left and Democrats in the first place, but the left urges anyone who disagrees with them even slightly, so they cannot listen to their own feedback. I know they're not going to value my opinion. They don't need to. I don't care if they value my opinion. What?
I just raised my hand, not knowing that you wouldn't see it.
Be more face revealed now.
No way.
Point being,
I have a bedhead right now.
That's what that is your whole like. Hello, look at your avatar.
That's my MO now. My DMO. Anyways, you were saying, Dorkus.
Point being, the left purges people that are criticizing their party that they should be listening to. I don't care if they listen to me. I don't care if they value my opinion or not, but they should have at least heard what RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard had to say. They should at least hear what Bill Maher has to say. They should at least pay some degree of attention to that, but they purge.
They cancel. Yeah.
Because it's a religion. What? Who said that?
What's happening? What's Zero Fucks going to do? So I would categorize myself as a conservative. Having said that, the Democrats have a difficult problem. When a new liberal value / moral issue becomes mainstream, it can only land within the Democrats' lap. So I think that's just the thing that progressivism seems to come from the left. So the Democrats are like the filter in it. Yeah. You don't move to the right. Everybody else moves.
Yes, the Overton.
I was gonna say, wouldn't it
Yeah.
definitionally be like that though? Like conserving isn't about like moving, where progress is about moving it.
Yeah.
So it seems like it is more of like a gas and a brake
One
thing.
could say they balance each other out a little bit.
They should.
But actually, I wanted to push back a little bit on what Dorkus said earlier. So there is a coalition. We both know there are far left and far right coalitions. And the Trump coalition, especially if we want to talk about within the government, very much seems to be doing what you just accused the Democrats of doing. Or more specifically, the left of doing. Where if you're not for Trump, get out of the party.
Yeah, that has happened. Yeah.
So it's I just
completely unique to this too. Like if you remember
yeah.
the Bush time, you basically kind of had to be neocon to kind of
toe
get
the line or
part.
get out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird, not great thing.
But do you guys?
Then again, Trump won over a lot of never Trumpers.
Well, I think that also has to do. There's all the factors that came together that also has to do with, like you said, Kamala was not a good candidate. She was actually. You actually
Can I time out Corona Kid for that stupid joke?
No, I'm not. Did you time me out? No.
I did.
If you time him out, you've got to time yourself out. Yours was just as bad.
Bimo,
Which one?
Look at the stream title. We've got a freaking pun over there, and then you want to time out somebody else for that video. Come on.
It's just because it's Corona Kid.
Oh yeah, that too. You start on the left, and as the left moves unpredictably, you end up being called right. That's what happened to me. I haven't. Like guys, we go and watch the Change My Mind thing. Okay, where we were saying what we changed our minds on, and I actually haven't changed that much. It's just the way everything else, the Overton window has changed. So, you know what? Kamala was worse than Hillary.
In a lot of ways, I agree.
She's dumber than Hillary, that's for certain.
Damn.
I've heard a lot about
Hillary
Project 2025.
Yeah, actually, can I just explain that real quick? Just give it a little Sparks notes on Project 2025, because this is what the left has used as a cudgel against Trump and his campaign.
Yeah.
So Project 2025 was created by the Heritage Foundation. It's a document. It's basically policy recommendations that their person that they like is going to try and implement. They're recommending. It's basically they're lobbying in a way, saying, hey, these are what we want you to push. And I've read the whole thing, and it is, I would say, pretty extreme on the conservative end. It does talk about banning porn nationwide. It talks about a nationwide abortion ban, things that will not happen, just won't happen.
Not under my watch.
Not under his watch, exactly. And my favorite thing about it is that it sparked the best commercial ever.
Shall we watch it?
In a second, because I just want to say that Project 2025 multiple times has been said is not
the best
Trump's
commercial
platform. We will definitely get to it because we
hold
have
on,
to.
guys. Hold on to your butts, everybody.
Okay, I'm holding it.
Is in the house. It's a J-Mac attack.
Oh, hey. How's it going?
It's going well. Going well.
See you again.
What
it's like I just saw you
mic.
yesterday or the day before because you were on Sitch and Adams stream.
Yeah.
Yes.
J-Mac, what's your take on Bubba Gump Shrimp?
So it's funny because I asked my wife, and she was like, it didn't even resonate with her as an issue. So I don't know. I think it was acceptable, especially pre-date. You know, like first date, yeah, you can kind of have some hiccups there. But when you're talking about pre-date, like there's no commitment here. Like Bubba Gumps is perfectly fine.
Okay. So
especially because they were over. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Universal Studios, like the City Walk. Like all of the restaurants over there are kind of like that. They're all like kitschy, you know, generic kind of silly restaurants. So I don't know. I think it was fine.
Was Margaritaville an option though?
Was what an option?
Margaritaville.
No. Yes, there's a Margaritaville over there.
Then I'm sorry, it's a loss.
Yeah, but Margaritaville, it gets kind of loud in there though. So you know, if you want to like meet the person and talk to them, yeah. Bubba Gumps is more intimate.
So David's method is to take a girl on the trashiest first date possible, really see what she's willing to put up with. I don't think Gordon even took me on a date. We're just in each other's company. So I didn't even
what are you
get
going
a
to do
date.
for your first date with them then? You need to
We've
set
done
it.
our first dates. Eventually, we did something.
Picnic?
Like,
Hike? Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
I've got
Yeah.
the commercial ready, by the way.
Horse
Oh,
ride?
you got the horse ride? No, he would not do that. Although it took,
Oh.
yeah. Okay, guys, we've got gambling, illegal gambling going on in the chat. Do you see that?
What?
Over something Trump said he would veto.
No, I gotta pull up the chat. Hold on.
Isn't Melania Trump pro-choice?
Yes. From what I've seen,
Good
at least.
luck.
But yeah, ain't no way. Sorry, it's not going to happen, especially through Trump. It's not going to happen.
Yep. Who's very pro IVF as well, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
To
so
the point, it was an issue with the conservatives.
You know what? One of the main reactions that I've seen online, okay, has been this right, that right. One of the questions I've even been asked is, aren't you afraid as a woman of what it happens? Because now, yes, I'm South African. I'm not even in South Africa. I'm not in the USA, whatever. But the USA sets the trend as the USA is freedom, and everybody else wants to go and be the USA. Okay. So if the USA does something, everybody else in the world gets very scared because they think it's going to happen in their country. So that's why that's why all the women in South Africa yesterday were losing their shit. As if I don't know. I know that Planned Parenthood does fund a lot of stuff in South Africa and things like that, but calm down, guys.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet $5,000 that there is not even an attempt at a national abortion ban. And that's coming from somebody who is on the side of the fence, who is very anti-abortion. You can look at several states had these ballot measures that had to deal with putting abortion on the, amending it as a constitutional right. And you see it is almost, I think Florida didn't pass, but Arizona looks like it's going to pass. So, even states that have gone for Trump, wasn't there Kansas? They voted on a total abortion ban, and Kansas, which is a very, very red state, was like, no, we're not about that much.
Yeah.
So it's just not a popular position.
No, it's not.
It just means that women voted.
People are acting as if abortion is contraception, and I'm like, when did that happen? When did that happen?
I have anecdotal stories.
Pro-choice was not supposed to be that. Back in my day, pro-choice was not about was not about oopsie poopsie. Wasn't about that.
Yeah, and then let me assuage any fears from people that think that Trump is going to push for getting rid of gay marriage or outlawing abortion. Trump
was the craziest one to me.
Listen, here's the secret. Trump doesn't actually care about that stuff. He really doesn't. He has never been one. He's not a conservative. He is not a conservative.
Yeah.
He's a Democrat darling.
Yeah. So a lot of the things he is focused more so on is going to be things like the economy, border security, that kind of stuff, which obviously does lean more into the camp of conservatism of the Republican Party. But it's not, he reminds me a lot of old school blue dog Democrats. And that's kind of, if you look at his rhetoric in the past in the 80s and 90s and things that he says he votes on, that's pretty much where he's at. I don't even think he cares much about the trans issue. It's kind of like
very reasonable on the bathroom discussion. He's been directly quoted there. He doesn't think it's an issue.
Yeah.
But he's,
So it's no, he's a lot of people like to paint him as this conservative monolith when he's not conservative.
Yeah,
no, not at all.
Religious.
Well, that was the argument from the right. The right was saying that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of problems with Christians basically holding him up as a monolith as well. I was like, come on, guys, really?
I have had this argument with my parents about this, about him not all of a sudden adopting Christian ethics, and because my family's really religious, and my mom and I were getting into it. She said, well, people change, in my past. And I was like, Mom, I know, but when there's a change, you actually can see that change. You can see it's very, very evident.
You live the change. Yeah,
exactly. And I have not seen a change. What if this presidency shows he actually is changed? All right, he's a changed man. What if that actually is the case?
I think the assassination attempt, the first one, changed him. His rhetoric seemed to change at
I
least
gotta
a
go to
bit.
church.
Okay, I want to structure the discussion actually about what are so we've got the fears, right? So Jay, exactly, we've got those fears. One of them is let's watch the ad just so everybody can feel uncomfortable.
Okay. So I cut this a little closer to like when it doesn't look like there's a person just furiously masturbating on our screen.
Thank you for that.
And I don't think it's going to share audio, but I'm pretty sure that it's got subtitles. So here we go. Let me share. There it is. So you can see what this man's doing.
Yes. No, he's FaceTiming.
He's FaceTiming totally. All right.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
We got the audio, by the way.
Oh man, how'd you get in here? I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're banning porn nationwide. You can't tell me what to do. Out of my bedroom, you creep. I won the last election, so it's my decision. I'm just gonna watch and make sure you don't finish illegally.
It's so good.
And then Harris's face coming in there.
It's so horrible. I really thought it was a joke when I first saw it.
Illegal.
Before you finish. Yeah. No,
I love the Republican guy they get because he's the same one in all their ads.
Oh yeah.
And everyone else is so like his acting reminds me of old late 90s, early 2000s Ranch Coms. You know that one guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good at all, but it's like you can't do that. And he's like so deadpan. Like they should put him in every ad going forward. I like it.
He looks like he's in on the joke. It's not.
Oh, he definitely is.
And so look, there were those videos that was like, I'm getting too political. It was a TikTok trend that people go, oh, sorry to get political, but I just want my rights to continue. Sorry to get political, but I want to be able to decide what happens with my body. Blah blah blah. Like that's how they would that's how they would phrase that. That's exactly.
Wow.
You know what? That's okay. So can we list them, guys? Let's get the diagram out. Don't worry, I'll only show the diagram if needed, but it's for my reference. Okay, what are the fears that we have? Because one of the things that I said, I saw because Amala was sharing a whole bunch of the fear that was going on TikTok because I was not going on TikTok. She had to share it. I asked her personally, and she personally shared stuff on her timeline.
Who is this?
Amala Ekpanobi.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So
Like her, she's
Say that again.
she's
Say the name again.
no Amala. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
So anyway, she was saving that, and one of them was also like crying as if it's the end of the world. And I just said, who told them this was going to happen? Because they believe the stuff is happening. So now let's think about that, guys. Let's think about what are those fears. And you know what? Fine. This will be where it happens. We can bookmark this stream. If this shit happens, they can come and slap us with an "I told you so." But
there's $5,000 on the line right now.
There's more than 5,000. There's lives.
I would stand by. Well, what's crazy too is a lot of the things that Trump kind of has pushed for. He was so happy about his Roe v. Wade thing because he always says the same thing. You know, it's back to the states. The states decide, which is it was a good ruling. It was a horrible ruling. I got it fixed. You know, and he likes that because in this is what always is crazy to me. If you live in a blue state or even like a purple state, you're fine. Your abortion rights aren't going. Hell, even in some red states, like I said, there's still that conversation happening. You know, much to my chagrin. So I don't think people should be freaking out because, and I don't think people actually are. Like realistically, people are going to go through their lives in California and New York and New Jersey and whatever, and nothing's going to change at all.
But what if they're on vacation?
Well, then just
you have an abortion on a vacation.
Just schedule it when you get back. Yeah. I'm David. I've been working
vacation.
I've been working on my impression, and because Trump is. I can do Obama like super good, But the Trump is his mannerisms are so chaotic, and the way he does his inflections are really hard.
Have you seen Trump with the what is this accordion?
Oh, the accordion, yeah.
Oh,
That's so good.
yeah.
It's the best. Like honestly, I can't see his hands without hearing. The whole time.
I noticed the older he gets too, he licks his lips a lot. He'll say something, he'll do this with his like that. So
Aged gracefully.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there was an impressionist that did a Trump impression talking about the original 151 Pokemon being the best, and it was
yeah, I saw
the
that.
best
That was
Trump
good.
impression. Yeah,
That was good.
How are they on vacation and needing an abortion? Vacations can last a long time.
What if that's why they're on
Spring
vacation?
break?
They
Come
went
on.
to a place to get an abortion.
correlization.
Yeah.
This is
Shane Gillis
the argument
is
that's
the
being made.
best. How? Okay, hold on, guys. Shane Gillis. How is he more Trump than Trump himself?
Because he's a dedicated comic.
Yeah.
So dedicated that like he was offered Saturday Night Live spot to be Trump for the next year, and instead he wanted to go to this comedy festival, Skankfest. Just cannot respect Shane enough. That dude is awesome.
Let's go.
Do you guys know Zach Hadel?
Yes.
Yeah, he does Smiling Friends and does stuff when he plays.
Psychopaths.
Yeah,
Oh,
Psychopaths.
yes.
Yeah, so he
Amazing
does a lot of.
impression.
I love because the reason why his Trump impression is so hilarious is because he makes him say really hilarious things. So if you guys ever get a chance, check it out on YouTube. There's a bunch of animations. That are
Great
funny.
example of that is he went on the H3H3 podcast, right? He called in saying that he was Donald Trump, and they believed him for a bit. He's got a very subtle Trump impression. Like it's believable, very believable for a bit. But yeah, what we were talking about fears.
You can cross state lines. People were just complaining about they were saying that it would cost them too much money to go across the state lines.
Well, yeah, that's out of network.
And also, guys, you the purging. Okay, hold on. But first, this is what I was talking to. Thank you, Zach, so much. This is what I was talking about. These are. Can we list the fears, guys, that we get here? So let's go.
So one of the bigger fears I've seen is that assaults on trans people will go higher. That like right-wing supporters will start attacking people. That there will be a mass deportation of Hispanics for some reason.
He's MAGA country.
Exactly. What was another one?
That
women will lose all of their rights. That was another one. Like these are ones that I've heard in person even, and I live in a very red state, so like people are afraid.
Yeah. Have you heard any like the gun crime will rise too? That's one I've heard a little bit.
Oh my god!
I haven't heard that actually.
Yeah,
I've just got this guy. This one's like, we've got this. Okay, this is media play.
Oh, I got too political? My bad. I just don't know if I'll be able to own a credit card without my husband's permission in 7 days.
Who said this?
That's a new one. That's a new one.
That is wild.
J-Mac, do you want to start a business with me where we make and send out Handmaid's Tale gowns to all of the women in America?
Yeah, well, no, we'll do that, and then we'll also do the reverse where we send out, all the misogynist kind of a paraphernalia, so handcuffs and all that, because it's a good capitalist place for both sides.
Listen, I live in a country where you need that permission. And stuff.
I was gonna make a reference to that, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna be allowed to.
No, it's not even that. It's just a formality of like no contest, and also it's just that's it. It's just because of your visa status as well, because your existence in the country is dependent on someone else. That matters. So it makes logical sense. It has nothing to do with my private parts.
That's what's crazy too. Is there's so many countries in the world that a lot. This is not isolated that do have these kind of totalitarian enforcements on women's rights or just people's rights in general. So many countries don't have things like free speech. Like this person doing this TikTok, that's not a thing in China. You cannot get on TikTok, ironically, and criticize the Chinese government about the rights they're going to take away from you.
Yeah, but we're not going to notice that we're still going to be terrified. Which, you know what, I want that to be. I can actually imagine being that scared. Just let's try and imagine being that scared. I know it's ridiculous to us, but I'm like, imagine if that's really what you thought. Because I remember that the way I was with Trump, where I thought it was the end of the world as well. I was that white woman from South Africa, all the way in Africa, going, oh my God, Trump is horrible. The world's going to end.
Where did you get the notion that this was the end of the world just because he's in?
Me, when in 2016?
Yeah.
You know what? I've actually got my old YouTube channel. That actually has been now repurposed for gaming.
There's TikTok content we haven't seen before.
Yes. There's very old. So I've got most of my subscriptions. I think you can see my subscriptions are mostly like, the mainstream media leftist. There's like my top watched channel at that point was I think it was The Daily Show or something like that. And then it was Adam's fault. I started watching Adam, and then I started watching Sitch, and then I landed up with another collection of subscriptions. But anyway, so I was getting it from just my sense of progressivism. Like I was a normie, a political normie, and saw this kind of stuff, I suppose, that the 2016 equivalent. And I was really scared, and I was also very angry that like after Obama, which I loved just as a person, just the way that he carried himself. After him, then there was just going to be this Trump guy, and then that primed me to not like him, and so I just went with that. And then the one thing we go back to the change my mind situation, when I realized that the Democrats actually were going for abortion at 9 months, then you kind of switch back. But my question in response to this kind of response was, will they notice when it doesn't happen? What will?
No.
Yeah. Will they notice
I have a
that they were
theory.
wrong? Yeah.
I have a theory, Kitty. I actually think the vast majority of these TikToks and meltdowns that we've seen, I don't think these individuals actually think this. And the reason being is because now this is just a hunch, but most people who are actually in this sense of being terrified for their future, you don't take the time to get your phone set up and put it over there, and record yourself. And usually you act, like I've been in near life and death situations, and one of two things happen: you break down or you act. Like you freeze, or you do something about it. And so if you're doing something about it, is getting your camera situated and making sure your hair's on the one side of your body and you're wearing the right clothes. Like, does this scream oppression? I don't know. I don't buy it. Now, the problem is a lot of the people watching it do and will buy it. And so I mean, the term grifter gets thrown around a lot, but I do think that people will utilize the fear mongering because it's incredibly attractive for attention.
Like the mainstream media it did anyway. It's like that's what. Oh, that doesn't sell newspapers. That's what it would be. So I guess it doesn't get you views on the gram and the TikTok. So yeah, I mean people believed this, so they take this on. So we got, number one was just women's rights. You can't have a credit card, okay?
Oh, did I get too political? My bad. I just don't know if I want to get rid of overtime in 7 days.
Oh,
Skinny John Travolta?
Again, where's the evidence that that's going to happen?
Was it in his speech? What's happening?
Like,
Please.
Have you heard anything about that, J-Mac? Because I certainly haven't.
I know that Trump
being removed.
There was something, I don't remember if it was like a release conversation or something, that he was kind of talking about his opinion on like working overtime. And I think it was in conjunction when he had a business, or, his business practices. But the issue that I have when people take things like that and then they go, oh, well, then hey, that is indicative of a policy prescription. That's never been
he's
Trump's
talking about Project 2025.
Yeah, that's never been Trump's like his the way he operates. He says a lot of shit, like a lot. And I think what people have to do is what I've had to do is to take a step back and look at the people he's appointed to actually handle the shit and see the things that are getting pushed through legislatively, like things that are actually getting written up. And that's a better indication of, I think, where the direction of policy is going to go, opposed to him saying, have you tried bleach? What about injecting bleach? I don't think that's really, he's writing that into an executive order.
Do you think that would work? Can we do that?
Can we do that? Hey, have we tried that? Try the bleach.
Also,
oh my
David
God, that
Puck
was
has
brilliant.
a great point in the chat.
But since when does the left want people to work more than for the man? Actually, since like 2016, it's now the left is establishment. So,
J-Mac, do you think Trump's gonna go in and be vengeful and go after people, or do you think he's?
It will entirely depend who is most prominent in his ear.
Yep.
It will. So I feel like if you get like a Don Jr. type that's really talking to him a lot and kind of pushing him in a direction, because a lot of CEOs are idea guys, but they have so many things working at once that they will get people they trust to also feed them ideas. And you see a lot this in the business world. And it's a lot of times going to become make or break with however the company proceeds. And I think Trump is always going to kind of treat the executive branch as a company, for better or worse. And so like the big indicator for people, if you really want a kind of a weather vane for how things are going to continue, just look at his cabinet, see who he appoints, and see who is kind of facilitating those measures. That's going to tell you really where I think his presidency is going to go.
Do you think he should go after people?
No, I don't. I actually think I mean, you guys saw my tweet. It's very much, and if you haven't, it's very much kind of like, there is a time and place, I think, for retribution, but we have become so divided in the United States. You have people, and this is not just, it's primarily from the left, at least from my bias perspective or from my intake, but you do have it from both sides where people have decided that there is no continuation of right or left or these two perspectives. Like we can't coexist. And that's an incredibly dangerous road to go down, because the moment you recognize that there is an impasse and there's no way to come together past it, then there is only really one result after. And we saw that with the Civil War. And I hate to sound like Tim Pool, but that would be the trajectory for people. Now, I'm a strong believer, and Sitch and Adam are going to scream somewhere in the ether for this, but I'm a strong believer in the Republic, and because it's given us a way to kind of measure different policies in these microcosms of states, so we can see how California votes mostly on their legislation and how they decide to run their state compared to like Tennessee, to Florida, to Texas, to New York. We can see all these different microcosms of legislation and see what's working and what's not working. And I think that if people kind of realize like, oh, we're going to live in the states that are going to better embody what I as an individual believe in, and then we can see tangibly in 5 to 10 years how that's going to play out.
We've got
something
Wallace.
else we can tangibly see.
Yeah,
the Wallace.
With the joke, we are told. Yeah, go Greg.
Yeah, but the Wallace is saying, "I love being establishment shill, fed for the win," which is awesome. Rage Against the Machine also went that route. That's awesome, man. So can I ask, maybe it's simple and they're just assuming that they don't need to say after he takes office, but when they're saying 7 days, all of these things are supposed to happen in 7 days, is that going to be in January, or do they think this is happening by next week?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
7 days. Yeah, I don't know, because it's January 21st or something.
I believe so.
This video came out. Okay, but actually, if we look at this time, okay, well, Zach's. This is a clip from Zach's, but this video started circulating a couple days ago. It was before the election had.
Okay, so then they probably mean after he's in office. Fair enough.
But yeah, the 7 days is just like Go vote. That's just to try and get people's votes.
Gotcha.
That's what it seems like. It's this last ditch. So we've got the so what was this? This is the other one. No, overtime. So what's the next one?
Oh, I've gotten too political. My bad. I just want to make sure I have access to birth control in 7 days.
Oh, hold up.
Literally nothing is stopping you from having birth control. I hate this argument.
Who told you? Who told you? Hey, Boosh. Hiya. We're having our own election stream now.
The nationwide medication bans that are proposed. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of tough to go anything along those lines, especially when there are states' rights. I don't know. It's just very interesting.
Well, and plus, it's just not. It's not going to be financially incentivized from the companies that make those. I mean, you have a large machine of pharmaceutical companies that are like, oh, we have all this birth control. I guess we'll just get that's not going to happen.
Oh, we have a Hydra, but Hydra. Hi, Hydra. I'm so glad that you are here.
Hydra.
Well, hello,
Hydra.
We will definitely be getting to the foreign policy or whatever stuff.
Yeah, exactly what you predicted happened, by the way, Hydra.
Yeah.
Listen,
that we weren't going to get to foreign policy by the time you get to.
I'm not surprised. I told you in advance. Okay, don't worry about it. It's all fine. I'll be there and waiting when you're ready to get serious.
Hydra, blink if you're safe. Wait, don't blink. We can't tell.
With all your eyes, with every eye.
Yes, all 8 of my eyes blinking at once.
So listen, I want to finish this video, then I want us to go over Jay's tweet, so we can actually, there's a lot to go over there.
Cool.
And then we can talk about Hydra and Jay actually haven't had their solo time to say their experience of what's going on. What happened with the election.
Well,
obviously Hydra
Yeah. It wouldn't really be fair as a European, to.
No.
How did voting go for you, Hydra? How was
that? Actually, we both voted. We both voted. Me and Hydra. We're the reason that Trump won. Actually, Hydra voted for Trump.
Single-handedly.
That would happen to BMO's ballot?
Yes, Hydra took BMO's ballot.
Yes.
Actually,
I was the one.
Yeah, Jay, did you hear about that? I don't know if you were watching the stream at that point.
I missed that.
When I went to go vote, I had learned that my vote had already been cast.
Huh.
Yeah. And I'm pretty dang sure I know exactly what happened, because where I used to live in Washington State, mail-in voting was the only way to do it. And every election that I lived in Washington, I would get ballots for everyone that had ever lived in the house, which was my family, just so happened. And they had not been in the States for multiple years, some of them over 10 years. And like my father, who's deceased, he would also have a ballot that would show up. So I'm assuming that I also showed up at that house during voting time. So yeah,
that's crazy. We had, it's funny because in Arizona in 2020, we got ballots for the previous residents at our house.
Yeah,
so,
isn't that crazy?
And I'm like, this is insane. Like,
guys. So what did you do?
It's ridiculous. Throw them away.
Yeah, you get rid of them. Shred them.
But you obviously get rid of them. But you should, that also should be reported to be like, listen, they're going to the wrong place. That there's.
Oh yeah, if you report them, they just go, oh, okay, and you go through whatever automated thing, and then they say if you finally reach somebody, they say, all right, well, thank you for the information, and it's like, okay,
you made a fundamental error. You expected the government to immediately fix a serious problem. Why would they ever do that?
Well, yeah, if you've ever had to deal with the post office in many areas, or any government kind of ran institution, like no shade on them, but it's not the most efficient machine.
My next door neighbor received mine. Get your ass hands off my ballot. Okay, let's finish this up.
Oh, I got too political. My bad. I guess I don't know if I'm going to be a U.S. citizen in 7 days.
Oh,
I don't know. Do you have papers?
Are you a citizen now? Yes.
I thought that Biden
next
will
week,
still be in power for 2 months. No, am I wrong?
But Hydra.
I think they mean 7 days after he takes power.
But
Okay.
again,
Seizes
I
power,
just
sorry.
want to know if you're a citizen, because we've gotten some of this reaction as well, where it's like, oh well, all of the Latinos who voted for Trump are gonna regret it because they're gonna be deported.
Oh yeah.
Like, sorry,
My gosh, the racism. The
the
racism I've
racism
seen.
of that. Like I saw somebody's reply, and I wanted this person to reply, the original tweet person, because this one person said, "Are you acting as if every Latino is illegal? What's wrong with you?
Well,
That's racist."
a lot of people have said that if you have an accent, like if you have a Hispanic accent, and it's like, oh wow, so, and because I think that what they're trying to frame it as is, you know, the stereotype of the Gestapo walking through and saying, that is a very interesting accents you have there, you know, papers please. And
When
it's
did
like,
V join us?
no, V is more like this, it's very high pitch. But no, it's crazy because this is not reality. It's just not. Even in the most reddest of areas, like, you know, that's just not how things are anymore.
The Inquisition is going to walk around with this piece of paper, and it's going to have all of the different skin color gradients on it, and they're going to put it next to your face,
hold it up to
and it's going to be like, if it's past the red line that we have drawn over here, get your ass out of this country. Exactly. That's what.
And we heard Trump say at his acceptance speech, he even said, you know, if you came in illegally, we're going to get you out, but we'll let you back in just the right way. So it's like,
Yes.
you know, even if you did
Just
get
the
out,
right way.
just get back in line. You know, get back in line, and we'll get you back in.
I will not drive.
Speaking
safe
of
unless you told me. Yeah,
Speaking of acceptance speeches,
Drive
we
on
will get to
safely.
that too.
I will say we'll get to
Yes.
it. Okay.
But you will say, just say it.
I was going to say I did enjoy Kamala's concession speech. Where was that Kamala the entire
race?
Yeah.
Much
Listen, look at
leadership,
the thing,
very
try to
well
be
at the very
optimal.
end.
Maybe this defeat is what she truly needed to become a better person or a better politician. Maybe finally she's going to embrace her true potential and start a hero's journey.
I think she's just relieved it's over. She's just glad she doesn't have to do this anymore.
I think so. So let's go back to this woman who's got a concern. But trust women, guys. Trust us.
Oh, I got too political? My bad. I'm just worried I won't be able to love who I love in 7 days.
Oh, did I?
Sorry.
Again, stupid.
Because he's going to take away your gay marriage. Okay. Have to take the dogs to the beach. We've got Lucifer. I have to take the dogs because Lucifer's got 2 cutie dogs. 2.
And a new puppy.
Yeah, Hera. But I will keep listening in the truck. I love all of you guys and enjoy this convo. Thank you so
take
much.
care, Lucifer.
Yeah.
I really hate
girls
this
loves.
point right here.
Yeah.
So I've heard for years now that Trump is anti-gay, and you see he is the only president. Not now that the only. He is the first president to be openly gay rights, pro-gay rights when he got into office. Like he didn't change his position.
Yeah, while running too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the clips of like Kamala, I think it's Kamala or Obama saying marriage is between a man and a woman. That was wild to me. I was like,
well, they did a lot of like, well, we respect the the religious position and all that, because that's what was kind of like the standard position. Which is funny because I was more pro-gay marriage than Obama when he came into office, because I voted against a prop that would have made it illegal in California, which is ironic. But if you ever want to piss off this type of person who's like, Trump's against gays and LGBT, you send them there's that screenshot of Trump smiling, holding up the pride flag. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, gays for Trump. So he's like, smiling about it.
Or the one with him where they where they had he had a gay wedding at his house.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the things that Amir Odom says is he's one of the worst homophobes ever. He does not work out as a homophobe because he loves the gays.
Maybe a little too much. Maybe that's what he's hiding.
Sokov has a question here. How does change in policy affect things that have happened? Like, if you're legally married and laws change, what happens to your marriage? What other aspects of humans does this affect? Yeah, that's exactly. That's why that couldn't happen.
I don't think we've had a situation where something of that nature has happened in the U.S. So really, no idea. Outside of the U.S., has that happened where a place was pro-gay and then immediately anti-gay? What happened? I would assume that their marriage license were revoked.
Yeah,
or they killed all the gay people. That was
I
enough.
know of places where that and more extreme things have happened, and sometimes it happens immediately because people's characters are revealed as soon as they get into power. Sometimes it is a slow transformation of convenience as power corrupts them, and sometimes a particularly powerful Eastern state gives them an offer they literally cannot refuse, and they go back on everything they believed in.
Well, I mean, but it just, which places were those? And I think as America, as like the bastion of freedom, them going back on that. And also you guys going back to Jay's thing of having faith in the Republic, things like that just would not be changed on a whim, and they wouldn't be changed without there actually being a real support for it from the people. And I just don't see people doing that these days.
Yeah, they're not. Well, they're not popular. They're not popular positions. They're just not popular. Most people do not care if you're gay. Even the religious people that are against gay marriage, they are not going to be championing these super, because I mean they'll complain about it. But what's crazy about a lot of religious folk, a lot of, especially Christians and Catholics, they might not like something, but they aren't going to do a damn thing about it. They just don't. They're going to pray and they're going to accept that's God's will for a lot of.
They're not going to throw you off a building.
No, they're not.
Just
Can't
believe you went
7
there.
days though. It's a long time.
7 days of it. Yeah, just run, guys. You can get out.
Is the 7 days? Is it? Yeah, it's like the Ring, right? Like some hair's got to come out and take away your right.
Like a filter. We should put a filter over this. That gray.
That's Trump coming out of the TV, and then.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like,
that would mean we would actually make sure that he has hair. That's impossible. I can literally never see Orange Man with a full
log orange. His wig just kind of his face in the back, tears your marriage certificate in half, and goes back in the TV.
The well he comes out of
the
well he comes out of, it's full of orange fluid. That's why he is orange. Okay, he comes out of it.
7 days. In 7 days. I'll do away with the gays.
Oh, do away with them. Hey, they're gone. They could have. They would have if there was enough time. Made a joke about that, but yeah. So we've got there. What's the next one?
I get political. My bad. I just don't want my mother to be denied her health care because she has a pre-existing condition.
Oh,
that's happening right now. That's happening under the Biden
doesn't that happen with health insurance everywhere?
Yeah, that's already
as well?
an issue.
Like if
American
any health
healthcare
company,
is messed up.
Yes, I was about to say, as a European, I was about to fucking pop a massive joke to shit on American healthcare, but Bimo got there before me. God damn
I'm
it.
sorry.
that guy's mother is Patrick. I miss you so much, man. I really do. That guy's mother is a prostitute.
She has a lot of pre-existing conditions: gonorrhea, syphilis,
Oh, that's
AIDS.
why the conditions. Oof, I'm sorry. That's. Well, at least she didn't get an eye infection from getting with a guy every 2 minutes.
Starfish. Let's see.
Being too political. My bad. I'm just fighting for the future of my daughter.
Oh, I got two.
What, the daughter?
Okay,
So I remember.
But she's going to lose her
Zach,
rights.
she's the future of my daughter. Where's she going?
Well,
what's happening? Oh, Zach's
going to daycare.
It's a little ironic.
It is. Is it ironic? Because it's like you want to abort your daughter, though, don't you?
That's how I always feel when they're like, I want one to be pregnant and be like, oh, I'm sorry, am I too political? I'm just fighting for the right to get rid of this damn thing. It's like,
this damn thing. Just
can't really say that.
She's fighting for her daughter's right to have abortions. Exactly. Dome, Trump's gonna deport her. Listen, guys, we're having a lot of fun, but this is real fear for people. They are really fearing this stuff.
Not for these people, but the people they're talking to, for sure.
Yeah, the people they're talking
the whole, like,
to.
I'm gonna take my glasses off. Yeah.
Yeah.
The performativeness makes me very angry, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's just like that. Political. I would like to point out that this is unfortunately not a new thing at all. Like they laugh at, poke fun at these videos, but it's been a long thing. And fear is the strongest and the most ancient of all human emotions, and the easiest one to appeal to. And it has been a political tool forever. And
this is why Trump won. People were afraid of Harris.
These vultures of misery dive in on the people who are most vulnerable to make money and influence off of their suffering, and I fucking hate that.
Oh my gosh, Rosales. Okay, hold on. I completely 100% agree with you, by the way, Hydra there. But Rosales just pointed something out. Okay, I want to talk about this. So Rosales Comics says all these women withholding sex as a protest are denying themselves abortions. Funny thing, that meme of women withholding sex as a protest is from 2016.
Yeah. Oh, is it? No, but I've seen tweets now again of this recurring.
Is that
it's just recirculating. It is directly from 2016. It's a Reddit post.
What do you mean by hold on? The women withholding sex as a sign of protest was has been that's
it's a historical
historical tool. Like, what is the meme? I'm sorry, I'm really not in touch with the meme. Like, what's the meme part of the thing? Because just the fact of we're gonna withhold sex until we achieve X political goal is not a new thing. Like, what's the meme?
Because back in 2016, the same things that are being said now were said then. That's the thing. The rhetoric
how does it make it a meme?
What makes it a meme is that it's continued through culture.
Too. It was a green.
It's a green. Okay, that's
there was like
that explains it. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Okay, but Lucifer the Doberman.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Did you know I got a new puppy? Her name is Hera, and she's almost as awesome / pretty as Lucy. Just keeping you informed.
Look at her.
Adorable.
You mean Lucy Lemonbug, right?
I'm so happy that.
No, it's the other Lucy.
I'm so happy you went with Hera as the name. Listen, we will celebrate.
So cute.
Of course, we know about Hera now, but I'm very happy to celebrate her over and over and over again.
Yeah,
what a
Get those giant paws.
Oh, and see the same sort of color as her big sister. I got a new kitten. I named her Harriet. Found her. I'm waiting for the punchline when I read something from Patrick.
Dude,
it's Underground Railroad.
I named her Harriet. I found her.
Harriet Tubman.
Oh, one thing. Okay, we're gonna finish this video, but guys, the ghost of that, not the ghost, well, the spirit of the squirrel came
Peanut,
back.
yeah.
Oh,
Peanut, yeah.
Oh fuck no! I remember. I heard about that. Holy shit! Oh no!
Yeah,
Peanut's sacrifice is what secured the election.
Yeah, wasn't the person in charge of the whole thing named something Karen? I remember hearing about that. It's just congratulations, just the heights of it's just join the line of the organizations like PETA who claim to uphold animal rights and then kill them en masse based on convenience every single year. Fucking hell.
Bush, I'm a bit worried about what Bush is sending me in the DMs. Okay, it is a puppy. Okay.
Also, this is irrelevant, but the guy right here, he kind of looks like Louis C.K.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Speaking of Louis C.K., Zero Fuck sent a video.
Oh, okay. Well, is it safe? Have you watched it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we'll watch this.
My bad. It's just that I don't know if my family in Western North Carolina will be warned of the hurricane coming in 7 days when the National Weather Service is gone.
Oh!
Oh my God. So wait. Is he getting on the Cardi B
dismantle
train
all of the roads too?
But in 7 days, there's going to be a hurricane now too. So like,
probably Halloween.
Where does this come from?
I don't feel like. Wait, guys, I just don't think that this is a good example for this format. Don't you think it's a bit of a complicated way of fitting it in? It's not very. Do you guys want to hear it again?
I am genuinely confused. Did Trump ever?
My daughter. Oh, I got to.
Yeah.
There was a crisis in Puerto Rico when Trump was in office, and supposedly he did not give any aid Turns
Well, he
out
gave
later,
paper towels.
but later it turns out that the Puerto Rican government didn't deal with the aid at all. They just let it sit there on the beaches.
Oh, of course. I'm
Is
surprised they didn't steal it.
Okay, Wallace. He undermined FEMA. How?
So
Was it-
that's
was it-
one of the things I'm talking about,
that-
and
that-
removing
yeah.
funding from FEMA is a thing that Trump did.
Okay, so
Oh,
so
okay.
so what this person is saying is that there's the Martin the Bailey. Okay, so we have
Trump
this.
came into conflict with FEMA, and from there we eventually reached the position of the National Weather Service will be gone as a thing.
Gone. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Political, my bad. It's just that I don't know if my family in Western North Carolina will be.
Like, listen to the format. You've gone from these nicely punchy times, things of like, I want my women's rights. I might not miss my family in Western California, like
North Carolina.
North Carolina,
That's a very
whatever.
different place.
Whatever.
Can
The
come
point
in in
is, like, I needed to put several
A hurricane
syllables
in California would simply
California.
be a light drizzle.
Well, Kitty, look, they're going down the list of priorities, right? Like,
Okay,
can't get a credit card, women's rights. We're just kind of going down of importance.
Hey, he's the one that looks most Republican out of all of them. He has to
True.
bring up a really irrelevant point.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
The
also,
National
hold
Weather
on.
Service.
National Weather Service is gone, so they're gonna die in a hurricane.
Lucy,
Everything
the
Trump does is
$750 is not a real thing. I looked it up. That's unfortunately not exactly how that went.
Oh,
Yeah, that is.
Oh, I got too political.
this one's the best.
My bad. I don't want them to start rounding up immigrants to deport in 7 days.
Oh, not that one. No, it's not-
Define
sorry,
immigrants. Do you mean illegal immigrants? Because
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Like,
As
I-
long
I
as they
think-
don't have work visas, But illegal immigrants shouldn't have work visas anyway. So this is a position I think I'm most.
What
pro
if they
Trump
get
on.
super
I
good
don't
at
care.
work and become essential for a certain industry? Should they not be able to get a work visa then?
Give them
You
an
can get a
America
work
test.
visa. There you go. But the
Yeah.
thing is that a lot of Americans fail American tests.
But that's okay because
but that's Americans being Americans.
You're
Say
right.
something I
Birthright.
don't already
Perfect.
know.
Yeah, you got your birthright.
Yeah, I'm an anchor baby. There we go. Anchor baby for America.
I got too political? My bad. The only reason I have a daughter is because of IVF.
Oh yeah, there's the Project 2025. So there's no IVF. You
Oh, I
have
can't
IVF.
wait to talk about
Because
that.
God
Holy
wants
fuck.
us. Because God is against IVF and
Eating
therefore
blood.
Trump is against.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
that's
This
the
is
thing
the
that
one.
was-
This is the one that is clunky as fuck.
Okay.
I got too political. I just don't really want JD Vance tracking my periods. in
Oh,
7
not
days.
this.
So I
Fuck
got too
off.
political.
Just there's one that's clunky, okay? But this one. This one is.
Why does her
Okay.
shirt say warts?
It says
Heart.
This is the
I
one.
believe it's
Wart.
Wharton. It is the
Real
best.
quick,
word.
on the period thing, I need that meme of JD Vance with like his graphs of every woman in America and all their periods and
Well, do
Trump
you really
has
want to
said he
do
would-
all the work of tracking it yourself? He's going to take that obligation off of your hands. He's doing
He's
the
just-
work
no.
for you.
he's just gonna remove all your he's gonna perform mandatory hysterectomies on everybody anyway, so you don't have
Perfect.
to worry about it. It'll be fine.
What is?
He has to
what
taste test every period. Let's go.
You know
A
what?
little irony.
Patrick has a point. Patrick has a point. I'm just impressed Trump is going to finish all this work in 7 days. That's
what
Considering the
good work
fact
ethic
that
does.
his
That's
previous
called
4-year
efficiency.
term was him sitting in office and barely did one or two things and didn't follow up on a bunch of his promises like the wall. I'm super impressed that people have so much faith in him that he's going to do all of this in just 1 week.
Before
You
he
know.
even gets in.
Yes.
We got a lot of work to do, but we're gonna get it done.
all of it.
Cool.
You
My
even got
bad. I
his
don't want
like
Trump to-
his inflection in there. That's a good job, J-Mac. You know.
He's got
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
They track a woman's period. They can't track taxed monkeys. They result is I'm thinking like why? So the government is going to track your period.
Yeah, the
Why
GB
would they? The advertisers already do that for them.
I was about
Why
to
the
say,
fuck would you? They invest extra funds
It's
when
for the
advertisers
census.
already know it. They
Yeah,
already
the
know as soon as you
GC.
get pregnant, as
To
soon as
make
you do
sure
anything.
that you have that baby that you're supposed to have. I think.
But then just ask the advertisement
Wait.
for the info.
No. Actually, you guys don't understand. You see, JD Vance wants to make sure that every man involved gets his Red Wings. All right. That's what matters here.
Her hysterectomy. He loves women.
Yeah.
So this is the clank. Please this seriously, Chintzia. There was a clunky one, and I'm remembering it's this one. But if it's not this one, then you know I'm just not going to say it anymore.
To take over the Board of Education, put in his lackeys, his loyalists, and have y'all continue to think that Puerto Rico is not a part of America. Open the
What? No one thinks that.
schools.
Well,
I
not
think
no
there
one.
was
Some
some.
people are really dumb.
I think
So
there
when she
was
said
some
part of America.
But that's with the Board of Education already. Like
Yes.
people are already dumb with a Board of Education. So like there was that tweet that was going around about saying this woman was saying all these things that people are stupid on and don't know. And how do you think people are going to be once the Board of Education is gone? And it's like people were like, you realize what you just said, right?
I seriously
ironic.
might overthink that question.
Board
though.
of
Like, is Puerto
Education-
Rico part of America? Like, if you said, like,
It's a
is it an
region.
annexed nation or whatever, or is it a region? It's like, yes, of course. But is part of America, does that mean like contiguously? Because like, would Alaska or Hawaii even count if they're?
It's America adjacent.
It's a
If
common.
Yeah,
I
there
was in
was-
charge and I was given the opportunity to do something about it, I would turn to the Board of Education and ask them if they are responsible for the current state of education in the United States. And if they said yes, I would go like, good, you're all fired.
Yeah, you're cut.
We got a Charles.
Oh, hey, Charles.
Camera
I'm so glad
supremacy,
you're here.
boys.
How you doing?
Hi.
Hello,
Hi, Charles.
How are things, sir?
Running down here in New York.
What's up, baby?
7 days.
What? I heard 3 people at once. What happened?
we were
There was an
asking how you
election.
are.
That was the main thing.
Yeah.
He said, "What's up, baby?"
Oh, what's up?
What's up, baby?
I'm so glad you're here. We've got a Hydra and Charles. Okay, you know what? Jay, I'm gonna read your tweet as your
Please do a JMac impression. That would be great.
I'm gonna
That's
have
hard
to
because
really
there's a lot of
flex
different
for
voices
that.
in my head, so you have to pick the right one.
Where's my bookmarks, boys?
It's good we're getting to this too because I got to go here soon. I got an
Okay.
appointment.
Thanks
Cool.
so much for hopping on.
Yeah,
No, I enjoy this. I've been loving it.
appreciate you greatly.
Yeah. Where's my bookmarks?
Okay.
Where's my bookmarks? Oh my god. Okay. No.
By the way, I also like to put a little context on this tweet as well.
Mhm.
I made this tweet after having a conversation with my brother who's running for office, who actually won his election in Tennessee.
Nice.
So, it was kind of one of those things. He shared some similar sentiments as well, which was nice to hear from a Republican candidate. But our family is very, very conservative, but we obviously have members that aren't. So that's kind of what spurred it.
Okay. Here we are. We're going to present.
Patrick, everyone's happy to see you, sir.
Everyone is just.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about my shit right now.
7 days.
So this is
Fine.
Jay's tweet. I can't do a J Mac impression. Sorry.
Just do a Trump
Give it your
impression.
best try.
No, it would have to be like, who wants to do it? I'm not a voice actor or anything.
Have
We got the man
Gray
here
do
for a
it.
minute.
Gray can do it.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, I don't know if I can give it the JMac gravitas, but we have the actual man here right now.
Yes.
All right. I'll do it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I know the right is doing their victory laps, but highlighting the meltdowns doesn't really sit right with me this time around. I get it, but part of me wishes, hopelessly, that we could truly have a come-together moment on politics. I really wish we could get past the doom and gloom brought on by our preferred candidate losing.
Lame and gay never happens.
Well,
We're most of the
sound
response.
less
You
gay?
got a lot of pushback for this too.
I
saw
did, but I
some
also
of
got a
those
lot of
posts.
support, so I'm kind of
Mhm.
like,
Well, let me ask you this, JMac.
mhm.
Would if the right weren't celebrating right now, would the left still be doom and gloom?
Probably.
No, I think I think they still would be. I don't think they're doom and gloom, because this happens every election, especially presidential elections. It's going so far. My first kind of cognitive election was Bush Gore, and you had this same kind of end of the world narrative all throughout the 2000s with Bush Gore. We had it with I don't think it was as bad with Bush and what's his name, John Kerry. It wasn't as bad with him, but Obama was the same thing. I mean, South Park made a joke on it when they had like the everyone was kind of, all the people who voted for Obama were like celebrating and getting drunk and being absolute assholes, and then everybody who was against him were like going into the bomb shelters and stuff. So like this has been a kind of standard psychological approach, I think, for most people, especially those who are really plugged into politics. But the big reason I add in a caveat too, that I'm not talking about like the crazy pundits. I'm fine with laughing at Hassan or Destiny or whatever for their meltdowns, and I'm also fine. I would be fine with laughing at like Cat Turd or Fuentes or anybody else. Like those guys, I'm not talking about. I'm talking, yeah, exactly. But I'm talking more so about people like I have a cousin who, first thing on Facebook just started up with a diatribe. And I went in there and I kind of was sassy at first, but I reread my reply. And I was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to be sassy with him. And I said, look, man, I get it. I understand your concerns, but I think we're all going to be okay. And I just kind of approached it that way. And it seemed to turn, at least from that perspective, his temperature and his response to me, it seemed to turn it down. And I don't want people to be doom and gloom. Like if you guys are familiar with Wick and Brianna Wu, like they've been kind of approaching it from the standard that I would hope for most Democrats. Like, hey, we lost, but let's reevaluate. Let's see what's not working. Because I honestly believe, as somebody who's more in the middle, what's not working is a lot of the identity politics and diving headfirst into those kinds of talking points. Because as someone who's voted Democrat in the past, that's what really turned me off. I hate that kind of stuff. I don't like it when the left does it. I don't like it when the right does it. I don't care about skin color. I don't care about what's between your legs. I care about the policies you think are going to be best for Americans and their lives, generally speaking. So that's kind of what pushed me to make this statement. And I did get a lot of pushback. I got a lot of people, and I was trying to respond to it. It's really hard when you get a tweet that kind of blows up, because there's just so much coming in at once. I didn't have time. But I was trying to approach people that were, because you had a lot of people on the right were like, no, screw that. These people have been calling us Nazis and doing all this stuff, and there will be no bridge building and stuff. And
so you won't be the better man after all this time, after complaining of being dictator and the other side being so evil and cruel. You will so easily delight in the exact same behavior at the first opportunity. That says a lot about you, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I think it's better for. I'm not religious, but I'm going to use the term. I think it's better for your soul if you kind of learn and adopt the kind of approach that you can agree to disagree. I mean, my best friend in the entire world, best man at my wedding, I've known him since 6th grade, like a brother to me. Him and I vehemently disagree on things politically. And we've had drunken arguments, shouting matches on all stuff like abortion, COVID, tax policy, insurance, all of it, you name it. And to this day, no matter how much we disagree, at the end of the conversation, we're laughing, we're having a good time, and we're playing Mario Kart, So and I understand whenever somebody has a perspective that you deem as evil. Like if you approach certain things, if you think someone who is against gay marriage and you're like, that person wants to ruin my happiness, like, or you're very against abortion, you're like, that person's killing babies. I understand this, but what I think would benefit people is removing the personal approach to it, because I generally, honest to God, believe most people, not all, you have evil Machiavellian people, but most people want kind of the good in the world to continue. They just disagree on that good. And if you want good in the world, your job is to present your good to them and hopefully convince them further in your camp. You don't have to convince them 100%. And I don't think you ever are going to. You're not. But if you can slowly see or have people see your perspective and at least understand why you're coming at it instead of viewing you as the evil other, as the other tribesman, that's the only way that America will continue to exist.
Oh, Patrick. No, but thank you. Also, I'm with this. I'm with this. Jay's speech much better than Aragorn's.
I don't know. Aragorn had a pretty dang good speech.
No.
Oh yeah, you can't beat that speech. That was. No. I appreciate the compliment, but you are incorrect. Aragorn is, he's big sword daddy. We love Aragorn.
Oh yeah.
So Jay, that was your perspective of the thing. It's look, you did give us that. It's not like you're way pro Trump. It's the way it kind of went.
No, I'm not pro Trump, but I this is what's funny too, Kitty. A lot of people thought there was two different perspectives.
Daddy J-Mac, yeah.
They thought that I was saying this because I voted for Kamala, and and a lot of people were like, "You're only saying this because you lost," blah blah blah.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you had the opposite. You had people who thought that I voted for Trump, and you're only same kind of thing, just from the opposite spectrum. And it's funny because I never once alluded to how I voted or my political beliefs, but people had that preconceived notion.
Doesn't matter. People will see something they disagree or agree with and infer, and that's it.
Put what's on there. So that's Jay. Do you need to get going at all?
No, I got time. I got like a half hour, so I should be good.
Okay, good. Because now we've got Hydra and Sipo. I was gonna mark because I just read it. Hydra and Charles. Who wants to do their? You're supposed to. We will not interrupt you. Even I'll even put myself.
You get your soapbox put on the spot and explain all your political beliefs.
Would love to do my little spiel first.
Okay, Hydra, go.
So. Just a couple of things, but before I get into it, I wanted to quickly address someone brought up Project 2025 before, and I want to say a quick one on that before I get into more stuff. If you guys remember how there was the famous stuff from the World Economic Forum, the documents, declaration, etc., about how, you own nothing and be happy, and you'll be lending, leasing, even your most basic things like your home. Project 2025 is basically that, but for the conservatives. It is a vision document made by people who don't understand a lot of things. It says, it's for example, just one of the things that it says that this is the minimum amount of vessels that the United States Navy must have in order to, sufficiently stand against China, etc. And that's it, and there is no further clarification. That, to me, signals a profound misunderstanding of what a navy or a navy capability is supposed to be. It says nothing about what kind of ships should those be, what should they be able to do, who should be able to fight against, how many aircraft carriers, what kind of range, anything. No, it just says arbitrarily this amount of ships. Like, I do not take this document that seriously, not because it can't do any real life change or it can't be important. I do not take it that seriously because the people who made it speak extremely confidently on things they don't understand. And yes, that could still be a problem. It could still affect things and change things in the real world and could be an issue. But I would like to not waste that much time on it. So moving on to more important things. My main issue with Trump is not rhetoric or what he said, etc. It's his foreign policy positions, or rather sometimes lack of them, and especially how he behaved in his last term, because he didn't give us that much to work with this term, so I'm trying to extrapolate from that and a couple of things he did say. There are things I really don't like. For example, what Trump said about the Ukraine war, that Zelensky is a great salesman. He's the greatest Jewish salesman, and he was irresponsible. He started the war, and it's his fault that there is a war. And Trump's heart goes out to all of the Ukrainian young adults who are forced to die because of Zelensky, etc., etc. Or when Trump said that he will end the war in 24 hours, but he refuses to answer questions on how he plans to do it. And then later we get a declaration about how actually my plan is that I will force Ukraine to sign a treaty by giving Russia what they want, or I stop all aid. And then he turns around and says, I will force Putin to negotiate by threatening to give even more aid to Ukraine. This is a negotiating tactic that is obviously stupid. The stupidity of the idea speaks for itself. This only works if you don't reveal it in advance, by the way, because the other side will know, oh, you're just bluffing. Right after this phone call to me, you will be calling the leader of the other side and making the exact same threat, except in the opposite direction. This is compounded by the fact that in the previous Trump presidency, he did turn a lot of former allies away and really diminished, sort of castrated the United States military's abilities to be as effective at long ranges and in foreign territories as it was by fucking around with a bunch of treaties he didn't have to. But there are also good signs. So moving on to the positives, while Trump himself sounds not great on foreign policy, the people under him do. And there are some people who were under Trump in his previous 4 years and still are. And keep in mind that Trump gave these people a lot of independence and authority, and he still is with them, and he still continues to give it to them. So they have used that authority before to make decisions contrary to his statements, and Trump was okay with that. So I'm hoping that maybe that will happen again. For example, Mike Pompeo, who will most likely be defense secretary under Trump, at least I hope, talked about, critiqued Biden before for restricting aid to Ukraine and not letting them strike back into Russia properly, essentially tying up their hands while they are being raped, saying you can't escalate while Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran cross Rubicon after Rubicon and escalate forever and ever and ever, higher and higher up the ladder. And you're just not allowed to do anything about it. Or Robert O'Brien, who possibly could be Secretary of State and also called out Biden for being a coward. And those weren't his exact words, I'm paraphrasing. But he basically critiqued Biden for not properly having the US help Ukraine, breaking the whole independence guarantee. And he also proposed a modern version of Lend-Lease. I don't know if you're familiar with what exactly happened before the US joined World War II, the Lend-Lease system. Essentially, it would be similar to what the US did in World War II, but with some modern alterations. And I personally think this is a super cool idea, in my opinion, because it would put Americans first without endangering American soldiers or civilians, and it would help a lot with the economy, which people seem to be concerned about. So that is the positive side that I am hoping for. And if nothing else, Trump seems to be very pro-Israel, and Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia pretty much signed up on their new little axis of evil. So if nothing else, that will eventually draw him into the conflict, whether he wants it or not. Or at least I hope it will be done in a responsible manner. That's it, basically.
So, Hydra, I mean, one of the main things that I was thinking about with you is that you would be very worried about what's going on now. But you managed to actually take positives, and it sounds like you have hope, which is great. Did you have that moment of, oh my God, it's the worst thing, and then come up, or were you clear?
No, I did feel my heart sink a little bit, especially when I looked back on all of the things Trump said that indicated that he will basically be buddy with Russia, and just some of the things he said indicated that his plan for peace is basically just letting Putin roll over, rape, pillage, and murder wherever he wants, in the hopes that he stops. Essentially, Chamberlain-esque, let's just appease the conquering dictator and hope that he will stop kind of mentality. He seems to be a little bit finicky on that, so I'm hoping that he just goes back on his words, changes his mind, or just blindly promises that he'll end the war and then let the people under him actually do the heavy lifting, which would be not that dissimilar from how he behaved before. But yeah, it's I'm hoping that the people under him will convince or help him act more responsibly and not just hand the United States military capabilities on a platter to a nation that has been doing nothing else for the last 100 years than working to destroy America.
Cool.
Also, Nico, I looked at the aircraft carrier requirements for Project 2025, and it exactly reeks of the. You know how China has a massively overblown navy. They are constantly talking about how we have the most military vessels, etc. But a significant portion of their navy is just patrol vessels designed to bully innocent fishermen into submission, to assert their territorial claim over a sea that is definitely theirs because it's called the South China Sea or whatever. The Project 2025 gives aircraft carrier requirements, as in you have to have X, Y, Z of type thing, but it misses the most important part, capabilities, because tomorrow there could be an invention that makes aircraft carriers obsolete for some reason. What they should put in the document instead is that the United States should have the capability to project its air power in XYZ with the help of carriers or whatever. You need to make the document more flexible for potential future changes. Yes, you can't predict for what happens in the future, but just saying you must have 8 super carriers at all times. Well, what if, we invent flying carriers and they are just more effective and we're going to have an Avengers situation with flying aircraft carriers? Are we forced to have those 8 super carriers anyway because we had that in the documents we signed? No, we should sign a document about how we need to have the capabilities to park a small nation's air force off the side of a continent and have total air superiority immediately and have the capability of fighting 2 wars at once and the regional conflict on top, etc., etc. Also, I also saw somebody mention the Space Force in the chat. That in theory, it's a good idea, but I don't trust the Trump regime to be able to pull it off competently enough. Be careful with that. Yeah, be careful with that. It could be a good idea, but it's very complex, and Trump is not that fun of. He prefers things to be more simple.
He's the ideas guy. He's going.
Well, the thing with the Space Force, and it's funny because Zero Flux was talking about it, and it's because a lot of the AFSCs in the Air Force the Air Force is very bloated as far as what the Air Force functions are, especially as technology improves. And so the idea is to kind of cordon off those AFSCs into a separate branch, similar to what happened with the Coast Guard and the Navy, So different functions for different areas that the military is better at specializing as, with people doing those jobs and commanders in those roles.
Yeah, I know. I'm a pretty big military and science nerd, so I know about that all. I'm just don't particularly trust the potential Trump administration to pull that off in a successful manner. But on paper, it sounds like a really good idea. Yes.
Yeah, it would depend on who is put in place to be commander in that branch.
Because otherwise, you're just kicking the can down the road, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to get onto Charles. Just a note that I've also been having issues with YouTube chat, guys. I've been disconnecting and connecting a lot.
Yeah, we just missed your voice, Charles. We want to hear you.
And just so you know, we've kind of run the gamut on this, but kind of all explained our experience with this fun election.
Speak your truth.
What's your experience, sir? So Dorkus, I guess you don't have to reveal how you voted, but Dorkus was apparently pro-Trump and happy with how it turned out. BMO decided to skirt his civic duty and decided not to vote, but his neighbor, former House owner, took it upon himself to make sure that BMO voted. So there's that. And then I threw my vote away. So good times.
BMO voted for Harris.
Generally speaking, I have a rule of not telling anyone who I voted for. It's not that hard to figure out, generally speaking, at least here. But
it doesn't take a genius.
It's behind a booth for a reason. So,
or
behind a curtain. Anyway, be right back.
The best experiences in life can happen behind the booth or behind the bleachers. Right?
Okay, boys. So anyway, Charles, what has your experience been? Did your neighbors vote for you? Did you vote for your neighbors? All of that.
I did not vote.
You didn't vote.
Nope.
He abstained.
When did you make the decision not to vote?
April.
Nice.
So you just didn't have anyone to vote for. So
I was ready to vote for Chris Christie.
There you
Okay.
go.
I appreciate the laughter. Would you like to know why?
Yes,
Why?
please.
Local guy? You're just the fan of the region?
He's someone who tells people things they don't want to hear, but things they need to hear. Back when he was governor in Jersey, he told them that he needed to cut the police force. A tremendously unpopular idea, but he went through with it. And for that alone, I gave him respect, because this country now more than ever needs someone that needs to tell them something they need to hear, not something they want to hear. And
that doesn't sound like a politician at all, actually. It's a politician.
That's probably why he won't make it far, unfortunately,
Yeah.
even though he should.
Yeah,
Exactly. The system rewards opportunistic pragmatism rather than principled stances.
And saying I alone will fix it is precious, just precious. It's not going to.
So are you feeling like disillusioned with the idea of voting?
I would like more than 2 parties, first of all.
Yeah, that.
I mean, you can throw your vote away.
I was wondering about that, how you guys feel about.
Well,
as a European, the 2-party system is completely absurd to me. Even more that I lived in places where I experienced how much tyranny you can get away with when you have complete majority, because you have an effective 2-party system in reality, and nobody needs to negotiate anything with anyone, and one man's will rules all. Fuck that, or even just one party's will rules all. Obviously, US cultural and historical precedent, not gonna happen anytime soon, unfortunately. But have enjoyed tossing that coin in the air and seeing which side it lands on. Definitely won't get you in any trouble or inflexibility in a completely evolving and more advancing world, guys. Also, I figured out Dorkus voted for Kamala because he has a secret crush on her.
Secret?
It's the laugh.
Oh,
The laugh gets him every time.
Damn it. Oh.
Sorry.
The siren
Behind
song.
the bleachers.
How many is... That's a good question, Rico. How many is too many parties? Because now...
If they don't fit on the ballot, that's too much.
Listen, have you seen
It needs to fit on an
Hydra,
A4 piece of paper.
V showed us non-Americans the way that their ballots look. Okay, and it's a freaking... It's very long.
It's a rap sheet.
And you have to fill it in like a, because you of the voting machines, counting machines, whatever. South Africa is this X, literally X marks the spot.
Yes,
that's it.
That's what we.
And there's 2 pieces of paper, one for national and
sometimes
one for
3,
local.
sometimes 3, because you have to choose a delegate to the EU. So there's 3. When
yes,
I voted,
I
had to do 3 pieces, and
they're people.
Yes.
Okay.
And that the people and the party affiliation and everything is there under them with their signal, so you can't mistake it. But also, fun fact, I literally watched live as the election rules were changed because people didn't like how it was going in where I live. I watched that happen live. So just to let you know, that's how much antics you can get away with when one party has absolute majority. And they are in power, that they can just change the rules so that they stay elected forever.
Yeah, that's not how that should work. Yeah.
Arizona, our ballot was 3 pages as well.
Yeah, but I said I don't wish upon anyone to experience a system where one party can get total majority and get away with everything. Otherwise, you might just have to watch live as the system decides that votes that were previously counted as not valid now all count towards their candidates because they realize that they are losing the election mid-count. That was a bad experience.
What's crazy to me is the ideological differences, even in the parties, is so vast. And we have a country of 350 million people with 50 states. It's insane to me that you can distill all those different perspectives into just 2 parties.
You can't. That's the problem.
I know. I know. That's why it's insane to me that this is something, and Americans, as an American, I can speak on this. We love simplifications. That's
Oh, yeah.
why, when it comes to sports, we have it very simple. Anything, the simpler the better. And I get that when you're talking about certain things, but politics is not simple. So the fact that you would try that approach, but people just don't like to invest time into things like politics. There's never going to be, I just don't foresee it going to happen in America where people are going to finally admit to themselves that, okay, well, our system is too simple and we need to have some shakeup in there.
Yeah, probably too proud or too busy to do that. So,
yeah, of course. Well, most people don't even know that they're voting on instinct or gut. Like most people don't know.
Single issue, most of them.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm really politically active in my state, and so I'll talk to friends of mine about different ballot measures or different state seats that are being voted on, and it's like people don't even know. People don't even know.
You don't need to have that many parties, by the way, that you're showing on screen.
That's what I'm showing you.
That's some actual fucking cancer, okay? Like,
wow.
There is a healthy middle ground between they don't fit on a single ballot versus two sides choose.
Yeah, the median. There's a median we can agree upon.
And also, you guys, just if we talking about like when there are parties like that, right? We've had the ANC as the ruling party for the whole time. So the whole thing of a close election hasn't happened in many, many, many years. So when we see an election like your guys's, where there's 40 something and 50, it's actually very close compared to what this has been one of the biggest changes in South Africa, because ANC has usually been just the ruling party. It's been as if there's only two parties. There's ANC and anyone else. So I was a bit disillusioned with the amount of parties that we have in South Africa. And then I see what you guys are saying, and you're saying, listen, if we just have two, it's not good enough. Can you guys explain to me what independent is then? What
independent isn't like for over here for us. Independent just means not officially
affiliated
yet by like connected to any parties. I see that, Charles. I fucking see that.
Well, for ours it means the same, but it also means a wasted vote. So
I'm an independent. I have been registered independent since 2012.
I cannot register as an independent in my state.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Guys,
in my state, it sucks. Like, if you register as an independent, you can't vote in either primary.
Yeah,
so
it's true. Yeah, same thing here in Arizona.
Okay.
That is fucking cringe. What the hell?
You see, so with your parties, right? Because that's the thing. You're voting within. You have to vote within. If you're registered a Democrat, you're voting for Democrat. You're voting on Democrat things on that party.
And it depends on the state. So some states have open primaries where anybody can vote on any. And in some states to have it so you can only vote in a primary if you're registered with that primary.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's your favorite performance at the Independent National Convention?
I like Vermin Supreme. That dude with the boot on his head. He's great.
I remember.
Let's go, Herman Supreme.
You can. So CPAF is saying register with a third party. It seems like it will differ from state to state.
No, I mean you can, but
there's no money in it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of states that really the only way that you can get in the primary is if you switch between the two or choose one. I know I've definitely done that to kind of choose depending on who like the incumbent is. It kind of sucks. I don't like having to keep switching my party affiliation when I don't feel affiliated with either. I wish I could just vote in them.
It sucks if you're an independent as well, because lead up to elections, you get the most election spam. Like you get so many political calls from both parties because you're independent, so you're just you're a possible vote for either of them. And I actually got called the last election because Katie Hobbs was running our governor, and I actually got called from her specifically and talked to her for a little bit. And so when you're getting just this influx of spam, it's my God, it almost makes you want to register or just just not be involved.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, but I actually got to go, guys. But
cool,
it It has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much
for
being here.
including us in your circuit of the election. The most important. This has been the most important election stream that you
It's
have
been
been
fun.
on.
It's been
Hope
fun.
you know that.
Thanks for sweating it with us.
Also, Hydra, I want to let you know the latest creature we're designing in our game is based on the Hydra. So it made me think of you while I was doing up some of the concept sketches. So I'll have to show you guys later.
I'll be sure to share it
He has
with
an
you on
accent. The
Discord
Hydra
once.
has an accent.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. So all right,
Be sure
guys,
to
y'all
share
have
it with
a
me Discord once it's finished.
have a good one, and we'll catch y'all later.
Take it easy, Jay.
See you, sir.
Bye.
We will definitely have Jay back on to tell us more about his game when we're not having serious
I
political
need that
stuff.
creature though. I need that creature to have just weird factoids about international conflicts.
Yes.
And munitions.
Not just that, and occasional like space notes.
Rants.
That's
No, but also
that-
I
yeah.
want him to go into a rant. One of his special powers is rant.
Yeah.
Let's go.
But yeah,
he's gone. Let's talk.
Let's see.
Yes, Bima.
Patrick,
So we got where are we on the docket? I know that we've got a couple things here that we
Well,
went
we haven't.
through.
Sorry, we haven't gone through. We haven't really gone to a conclusion on the third party thing. What is everybody's opinion on that? We know Charles's opinion. That would have. We know. What would that have helped you? Would it? I mean,
it wouldn't have
what
helped me
would
in
the
my
ideal
situation.
party be? What would
Dorkus.
So the independent
third
could
worst
mean anything.
option.
Having financial support for independence would be nice, but it's just not going to happen at the moment because the RNC and the DNC are the ones that fund a lot of these, a lot of the advertisement and the coverage. They get you on these interviews. That's what they're there for.
Also,
so
the debates,
yeah.
they don't
And the
allow
debates,
for third
yeah.
parties in this.
So
a lot would need to change with mainstream media in order to allow for independence to get more of a vote. What?
Patrick wants a
Not
party
you.
for white men only.
That one.
Are we gonna call it the white power party?
And me. Oh yeah, I get to be part of it, guys. Well, on the docket, okay, experiences with others for this thing. One of the things that all the way over here in the UAE, people were talking about it, just down at the pool and all over the place. Like I
Curious about
overheard
that.
somebody. Yeah.
Is it as hyperbolic there? Because here it's the end of the world or the greatest thing ever.
I didn't. Okay, so by that time, when I was out and about, it hadn't been called yet, and I heard somebody saying, "I want her to win." And he look, we're all expats here in Dubai, but he said, "I want her to win because I want us to be able to go all over the world." So it was kind of like open borders. They want Kamala to win because that's going to mean that there's open borders and we can go everywhere. That literally is what the person
I
thought.
don't understand this.
But look,
good.
it's
International don't
difficult.
understand the election just as much as the Americans don't.
Yeah, it sounds like it. That's what they were doing, and that was the conversation that people were having, and they were in the lifts and going yes, and so lots of people seem to want Kamala to be it. That was my experience of that is why I said we're even Hydra and I can discuss this election because
I have some interesting stories too about this. Yeah.
Everyone's an armchair expert. I like that it exists like outside of the US as well as inside.
Listen, everyone's obsessed. Why are we so obsessed with you? We're obsessed with
It's over here. It wasn't much obsession as I talked about before how there is there is a lot of fear mongering over here about anyone that's gay or anyone that's trans. They are automatically a demon or subversive agents that they want to destroy you, they want to rape you, they want to kill your children and some whatever, in the most unhinged shit. And there were a lot of celebrations from certain folk around here because, well, they've publicly declared that the election of Donald Trump means that he will help them remove the transgender gay menace of the face of this planet. So we have, as you have the unhinged super, some of these left-wing people reactions of like the world is over. Over here, I had some of the opposite of some very right-wing people saying, hola, we are saved. The bad people will all be removed thanks to Donald. So yeah.
What? And is there actually a trans menace in Eastern Europe? That
is a very strongly endorsed and supported position over here. That if you're trans or you're
menace.
gay, you are a demon or a subversive agent from the West.
Are they all named
destroy
Dennis?
everything. Yeah,
That's a bit old school. That's
not a bit old school. It never stopped.
yeah.
It was always the thing. Okay.
See, this reminds me of the experiences I've had with some like I had an experience with an old person and his political opinions like about a month ago, where he was like,
you say old person. Are you talking like 45? Like
a person of age.
No, I'm talking post 50s. All right, post 50s.
Oh. Post 50.
Dude
Wow, so ancient.
He was looking decrepit. All right.
What does that mean, man?
Decrepit?
Old.
No, I mean, like, is it an octogenarian? Is he like 70? What does post 50 mean?
Geriatric is another way to describe him.
Oh, sorry.
And he asked me if I was going to vote for Trump. He's like, "Are you voting for Trump?" I'm like, dude, sure." And he was like, "Good, because he's gonna ban all the transgender Mexicans and send them back to hell where they belong." Like,
okay. So that's the voter that everyone that's crying on from the Democrats, they think that's the voter that everybody is.
Yes.
That the whole country, like, imagine thinking that about the country. That's quite scary.
But first the transgenders, which there's a small amount, like a real small amount. But the transgender illegal Mexicans, that's just send them
because
back
you have to connect it all. If it's one of the bad things, then it's all of the bad things, and they are evil. That is why
like we're going to remove
here,
like
there is a lot of
100 people
fear mongering about exactly this trans, immigrant, Western subversion, all of these things. And if it's one, it has to be all of them. If you have long hair, you are trans, you are gay, you are a subversive foreign agent, etc., etc., etc. All of these. And by the way, Zero Fucks said some absolutely fucking hilarious thing in the chat. It's not a boogeyman, it's a boogie they them.
But they them is not, guys. They them is not trans. They them is rejecting the binary.
Binary.
But that's also the same as trans, also the same as gay, and also the same as demon.
Ones and
because
zeros
we don't like it.
Because they're all in the same boat, apparently.
Physically speaking, they have parts they just would prefer to be called something.
Yeah,
it's not trans. It's not they had an operation to perform their they-them surgery. It's just
that's why
they don't really acknowledge the fact that they've got bits down there.
Okay.
Speaking of based, though, the most amazing puppy owner just happened to again send in the most amazing $2 Canadian to ask this question, which otherwise we never would have gotten to because the chat is so vastly populated. But have we discussed the most amazing debate yet? Yeah, which would be Sammy G versus Sitch. So we have not discussed it.
It was more
we did
interesting
bring it up
that
a
they were
little
dating.
bit.
That's about it.
Jay gave us his opinion on it. Well, that was the debate, wasn't it? What was the exact debate that they had? Sorry, I thought it was literally about the
so Sitch was pro Kamala and Sammy was pro Trump in the argument, and it just sounded like they were just arguing positions that either have taken and whether it was going to affect the U.S. as a whole. But I stopped tuning in. I kind of tuned it out after I got what I needed out of the stream.
Yeah,
So,
I wasn't there for that.
That's the majority of political convos, by the way, is that people associate their position with the individual and by extension defend the individual or pull them into the imagined in-group and have like the tribal, you have to defend the tribe, one of us, one of the tribe's interest. Like that's what the reptile brain does.
all I have to say is that Sammy made me think of a discount or diet shoe on head with the haircut, and I thought that was funny.
Well, also one thing to take from that is Sitch and Sammy are dating, and they just disagree politically. Nobody
What a concept.
disowned anybody because of the way they vote, and seems like they had good-natured debate and disagreement within their relationship. Mind blowing, everybody.
Well, like, is it seen that like a wife should always follow or a girlfriend should always follow their boyfriend's vote? Like, I don't know. All I have is like the experience in my relationship, and I don't think my wife has ever voted the same way as me. So
if you want to be in a relationship with me, you have to share all of my opinions about everything.
I'm coming to the booth there with you.
If the Kamala ads are indicative of anything, it's that all women feel they need to lie to their husbands about who they vote for.
That is true, Patrick. This was it's a couples show. Sorry.
They're a throuple now.
No, they're
skimming past my sarcastic.
And
go on.
Rosalis' comment, that's basically the way that I view my voting too. It's like, well, I'm just canceling out my wife's and she's canceling out mine, so okay.
Yeah, well, you
bring
do
back
something.
the Pater Familias. What?
What? So, is that what happened? You would have like your family's vote.
Something like that. I was again, bad joke.
No, it's just obscure Roman meme that people don't get if you don't have the necessary historical knowledge.
Point being, couples should be able to discuss differing political opinions.
I think
what you say is heresy.
Almost every relationship I've been in has ended over politics or something that's linked to politics. So
Really?
I
need
wish.
to take a look at your relationship.
look,
that is some unhinged stuff.
Why do you think I'm single?
Yeah, that's the thing. Sammy and Sitch aren't that far off values-wise. If Sitch was truly TDS and Sammy was a J6 Megatron, their relationship wouldn't work at all. That's absolutely true. What I was gonna say is like Jay said, if you do view somebody as evil and whatever, you're not going to be friends with them. I understand that. So it seems like people did draw a line and say this kind of person is evil. That has been a thing. It seems like it has gotten worse. Does it just feel worse and more polarized, or is it?
I don't know. It was pretty bad in 2016. So I remember being like I was like a supervisor in an all-night call center while the election was going on, and I just remember having to remove like 4 or 5 agents off the floor. Like, okay, you can't cry on the phones. You have to go to like the lobby or whatever. I don't know. I don't think you'd get that response if it wasn't already like, this is going to be the end of the world. This is horrible. Like, they viewed it as this was the end of the world. And then this time, I don't know. They kind of have it as a lot of people called in to truly assess what this means to them mentally, the fact that this election just took place. So I don't know. I think a lot of people are seeing it as the end of the world. But I don't know. Do you think it's gotten worse in the last 2 elections?
Yeah, I think so, actually. He like the Donald Trump, the Donald Trump is such a polarizing figure. He is to blame for a lot of the rhetoric getting more fiery, as well as the media is to blame for making sure that they were going to be anti-Trump through the entirety of the last, what feels like 8 years.
Yeah, you know what? One of the videos that I shared with you guys, if you get to watch it, it's the one he just goes through. It's one of the most balanced videos you can find. He does this deadpan delivery that not everybody likes, so I won't make them watch it. But he went through factors of why he thinks Kamala lost, and one of the things he said is that Trump never stopped running because he lost, okay, and then he basically didn't concede really, and also the press just kept him in their sights all the time. So he took advantage of that the whole way.
He announced
through.
he was running in February of 2021. So
2020. Well, the point
1
is
month after he left office.
But he remained in rent free in everybody's head.
Nobody has ever started running for office 1 month after the.
Was his campaign? Was it? Did they say his campaign is this many? Did he just? Because I mean, what I've seen.
Do you hear
right
me
now,
when I say nobody has ever done that before?
I'm asking you, Charles, if it was like an official running. If he says, "I'm
he had a
announcing,"
podium and everything.
Okay. So
every
so
time he would go
he,
somewhere, he had some sort of crowd. Like I would call it a stand-up bit.
How-
But he
how
had
do
it
you-
as a political event.
and
He's a
is that
performer.
illegal?
What?
Is that illegal?
No, it's not illegal, but it's the first time it's ever happened. So like it's abnormal. So that's why they
It
were
is.
covering it.
Yeah, for sure.
But do you think that
No,
they should have covered that? Do you think that them
No,
covering
Oda,
gave
I'm
it a
sensing
bit
the
of a hype?
divide here. Let me bridge this in. At the start, Charles was trying to establish that this is an abnormal or new thing, or that it was done the first time. And I felt some resistance from you, Kitty and Bimo, but then Charles had walked you through kind of the process, and now it's okay. So kind of appreciate the bridge building. Try to I want to prevent two of you kind of drifting apart and a misunderstanding forming. It's just that the point was that it's breaking the norm, at least from Charles' perspective. And I sensed it, maybe I was wrong, that there was almost a misunderstanding forming about like, no, it's not breaking the norm, or oh, is it illegal? Like, what's he doing wrong? When the initial claim was not that it's illegal, not that it's wrong, not that it's reprehensible, but that it's a new thing because it's never been done before.
What I want is so Charles, what I'm understanding from you, Charles, is that the media was right to really sit with him because it was so unusual. But for them to focus on him for most of the presidency he was not in, they kept him alive. They created this monster. I'm not saying that Trump isn't part of it. Oh, Trump's innocent. He's just sitting there.
He's more than half of the monster.
No, he's there. Don't worry about it. But what I'm saying is that I'm wondering what is the role of the media in this, in Trump being what he is. He's been running, so like he never became obscure and irrelevant.
His history is from television, and he knows how to work it. That's if there's anything he's good at, is how to work television.
That's exactly it. Making politics entertainment was bad. Look,
Yeah.
the thing is, though, what happened in this election as well is okay. And I mean, what were celebrity endorsements like beforehand? Before this kind of election, like obviously I've not been interested in politics for that long, American politics at all. It's actually only since Trump that I became interested in American politics.
They were always there. Like there was the whole like vote or die campaign or something, but they tried to keep it kind of neutral before, where it was celebrities endorsing the fact that you should vote. But I don't know, since we got social media, it's so prevalent and you can hear everyone's thoughts via Twitter. It's definitely more now, but I don't know. People weren't shy about really endorsing a candidate before. So I don't know. It's always been kind of a thing, but
because
I don't know if there was ever a platform like Twitter.
Because one of the things that people are saying about this as a takeaway from this election is that the celebrity endorsement is over, because look, all the right celebrities endorsed Kamala, and that's what made everybody think she was going to win. And then
we got Rob Schneider.
Imagine this logic being used in any other. imagine using this logic in any other context. Like, I went to the gym and all of the right people were there to help me, and I ate all of the right things, but I didn't get ripped instantly. I'm never going to the gym again. It's like you had celebrity endorsements at the very last moment once. You think that alone should give you an election. You obviously don't understand the basic fundamentals of how the process works up to achieve a result.
Well, that's another yeah, I suppose they've been on the left, but it wasn't so overt. Maybe it's they feel
I
like
agree.
they're doing this. What do you call it? They're part of the fight. They've made it the fight there.
Ronald
So look,
Reagan, the famous lefty.
so wait, hold on.
Well.
We're okay. So we're
Fair
talking
enough.
about
He was kind of an aberration, though.
who's this? Sorry, he cuts off.
The president.
Oh, he was just mentioning the former actor president, the most Hollywood president we've had, which would have been Reagan. He's he was not a lefty.
Definitely not.
Biden had a
Charles.
camera
You're
crew
correct.
while he was barking. It didn't start with Trump. Okay, so listen. So we've spoken about the media being part of and Trump running for that long, literally announcing it. Even he ran the whole time. There's that.
It's weird because he doesn't like to run.
But then, okay, so what do you think the Democrats could have done differently?
I think
I want Charles to answer though.
Oh, okay. Charles, you're on the spot.
Charles, on the spot. Quiz.
I told you I was voting for Christie.
Pop quiz, hot.
What's the thing that they don't want that they need
Well,
to hear
actually,
but they don't want to
Gray.
hear?
Wait, who?
You know,
who was?
I would say it's pretty clear that this centrist shit doesn't work.
What?
Too late. But try Bernie Sanders, however old he is, because he had a following.
Yes, he did.
It seems like he
would have beaten Trump in 2016
and 2020. I agree. It seems to be that this making noise on the internet thing is probably, while maybe not the most popular thing in 16, it might be it now. So stop trying to play to fucking people you don't really know anything about. And if people are telling you we want Bernie Sanders, put them up. Like, no, who was making noise about Kamala this time last year?
Nobody.
Well,
Who was making noise about Biden this time last year? Exactly.
Well, a lot of the right they were saying like, "Hey, this guy is incompetent. He doesn't seem to actually be there."
Hunter
and then
was talking about.
Well, we were making noise about that, but come on, you gotta rate. Have you seen the pictures? But yeah, I don't know. I would just disagree with your assessment a little bit. Come on, we need to give the center a chance. I don't feel like we actually
give
have.
it its own party.
So
Call the
you
Democrats a center party and then make a progressive party and then put Bernie in there. I don't know.
And that's the thing. Like a lot of people are saying
Bernie
that this is like a
changed,
referendum on progressive, and I'm not sure it is because this is such an unprecedented election, and we didn't really get a choice. It's just like,
no, we get a president.
Hey, now it's Kamala. It's this where it doesn't seem like there was actually like a convention, and it wasn't like people's choice of like who is running in this thing. So I don't know. I'm not sure that this necessarily is. It definitely is a referendum on Kamala is not a well-liked candidate. There was definitely a lot less people coming out to vote, but I don't know, man. I'm wondering. So you mentioned fear before. I am wondering if that isn't a factor, and it's kind of the devil as opposed to what is Kamala for. I don't know, but we had 4 years of Trump, and it didn't seem like it was the end of the world. I think that is where some of the. My world did not end in 2016 to 2020.
Okay.
However, a few of theirs did. It's so interesting. But yeah, I don't know. That was kind of the justification I've gotten from talking to a couple close friends as to why they were willing to vote Trump this time when they had kind of said they wouldn't in the past.
If he's following through on what he's saying, my wife will not live in the U.S. until at least 2029. At least.
What is?
She's an immigrant.
What's the policy? No, what's the policy? Or what, like?
No immigrants. Exporting immigrants.
No illegal immigrants, though. Right.
It doesn't matter. You won't get tax benefits. So when COVID happened, I wasn't getting tax breaks because I was married to an immigrant. which is why she had to leave.
Okay.
Which is bad.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder how that'll go.
What?
More time slower?
Makes me wonder how that will go.
I know, right? That was makes me wonder how that will go.
Wait, was it that bad? Did
It
I
was.
slur my
Pretty
words
much,
that
Mel.
much?
We were like,
That
what?
was an extremely accurate BMO impersonation. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. I will try
so-
to enunciate better then.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Thank
I'm
you.
We
getting
would
ready to-
appreciate it.
I'm getting ready to go back to the UK, and the only reason is due to those policies. So I'm a little tender.
No,
I
we
can
were talking-
understand.
yeah.
But it's one of those things that I don't know how the Trump presidency is going to go, but I'm hoping that it'll be like his last term.
I just hope it's just rhetoric is all I could say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I
hope
also
it's
hope for.
ineffectual. It's just it was all training just to get the win, and then eventually because that's Hydra. I think Hydra, you were basically like in 2016 you were thinking maybe he's a good guy, and then he just didn't do anything. And
What does
actually, a
that
lot of
say? What does that say about our country that we're like, yeah, we just want to whine and bitch, and somebody who represents our whining and bitching?
What
I
is
think-
always
Right.
said, the American public is incapable of electing an actually good president for quite a while now. That's what it says. But yeah, I was more so in 2016. I was like, how can it
Let's
be?
bring back Andrew Jackson.
A cutthroat businessman that gets into office. Maybe he will, finally get shit done. Who cares? Doesn't really matter that much. And then I saw him screw over strategic alliance after strategic alliance and just weaken the US military to the point where I could understand why people would say, oh, he's a Russian agent, because no other president was this successful at weakening the US military in modern times. So yeah, I dislike Trump based on how much he, whether by intention or accident, I do not believe it is by intention.
What the Democrats need is someone who can equally spit bullshit and not worry about the fact that they're going to be called on it. Because
we've got AOC.
to put her higher. The fact that there's all
Fair
this
enough.
complaining about inflation when the rate is 2%, someone should have corrected that. It's at 2%. It was at 4% whenever Biden went in office. So we're doing the job. That's the easiest way.
Doesn't matter. Trump gets elected and he will take all of the credit for it. Remember,
exactly.
The exact same with the vaccines. As
That's
long
on
as
them.
it was developed under Trump,
But
I
whose
won't
fault is
ever
that?
take Trump's vaccines.
Whose
And
fault
because
is that,
as soon
though?
as it went under Biden, it was like, oh no, the vaccines are all bad because the Democrats are doing it. Like it will immediately flip flop as soon as who's in power. All of that side will be corralled to their position, and everyone else will go in the other direction. Completely partisan.
So for the chat that you're highlighting, who was in office when COVID hit?
It was Donald Trump.
question.
That's what
No,
I was
that's
going to
weird.
also say.
That's weird. I would have said that. Because it's true.
That is.
I mean, it wasn't his fault that COVID happened.
He could have
His
helped it.
response to it.
If he's such a great power leader, he should have been able to do better.
He did some bad things like travel ban from China, and then there was like 2 weeks or a
Mention
month before doing anything else, which is like you closed the door, but you left the window open. People can still get in. You've done a half job. Like I do criticize Trump because of his inadequate COVID response. If he was much more hardcore on it immediately, the United States could have avoided a lot of the economic.
He was in charge of Operation Warp Speed, though, which was integral
which
in
was
getting
really
the
good.
vaccine out.
Yeah,
And
it
the
is a pity all of his followers hate him, but almost all of his hardcore
He
followers
also
hate him
vacated
for
the
it.
department that should have been in charge of all that.
Are you referring to FEMA or
No, the department that's for diseases, whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, I know what
He
you're talking about now.
vacated it. So that's
I
a problem.
do remember that being an issue, actually. Yeah.
I just want to ask. Geez, now I've lost it
CDC,
'cause-
thank you. Oh no, it's not CDC. No Palfy.
No Palfy indeed.
For what it's worth, the states had a fair amount
it
of
is bleach.
autonomy to handle COVID their own way as well? Because wasn't there like a big,
that's a really big problem
discussion about how the red states handled it versus the blue states?
Yeah, and that in itself is a problem because I understand state rights, this and that, but it's a fucking contagious disease. If one guy decides to do this on that territory and the other thing, it can completely undo and nullify the whole effects. You cannot do states' rights when it's a fucking worldwide contagious disease. I'm sorry. You have to make compromises in emergency situations like this.
But actually, a lot of people.
I don't.
Yeah,
go on.
You've hardly
No,
spoken, so I would really like you to speak.
Do it now.
I mean, what you just said, Hydra, made me think of Arnold Schwarzenegger's "Screw your freedoms" thing video that he made at the time, and it's my right to go to church if I want to, regardless of whether or not COVID's a thing. Especially when California's letting folks film movies and stuff, and they'll force a restaurant on that very same street closed.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying
it's much more nuanced.
Response is important, because if these guys are allowed to do that, but those guys are allowed to do that, then this cancels out and it's fucking worthless. That is why I hate that, and that is why I also hate that some states were allowed to do this while some states were allowed to do that. That is why I also hate that some people were allowed to film, but some restaurants were forced to close. The fact that there was no single unified response put extra strain on the economy and a bunch of other things by doing measures that didn't have any effect because they weren't fully enforced. Because some people were allowed to dick around. Like, you chose the worst of both worlds. Congratulations.
Gotcha.
Okay. One of the things that I was trying to get to is that you guys are kind of touching on is that Trump, towards the end of his presidency, Trump was losing Republican. It seemed like he was losing Republican support. And I'll use, as an outsider normie person, literally the voices that you hear supporting him right now, Blair White and all of that, she was way against him in before the election, because she absolutely would not. She hated what he did during COVID. She didn't want to forgive him for that.
I don't recall that. I recall
Blair.
Yes, her and Sean had doing videos together, and even back then she was very, very strong pro-Trump.
Well, she loved Trump.
COVID 20 hits 3 years from now.
Yeah,
we'll know what to do.
No, but
she was pro-Trump, immediately flopped against Trump as the pandemic arrived, and then was pro-Trump again once the pandemic.
She didn't flop. I wouldn't say flop. Okay, it's that she was.
If a handling of one's, I'm sorry, perhaps I was crude in my vocabulary. One particular event suddenly completely changed your mind about this individual, but as soon as that one particular event was gone, you change your mind back.
Is that not a thing? Like if there is a reason to support, because she herself has said about Trump, it's like, you're giving me Kamala or Trump, and she has problems with Trump, but like we said, we're never going to get the exact candidate that matches you immediately. So
you're never ever going to get that. But
so you're forced to vote for the one that's closest to you, or you don't vote at all because no one's close enough.
Yeah, okay? I understand that. I just
so that's what. So I don't feel like Blair. So now the point is, the mechanism that comes into play here that I wanted to talk to you guys about is that making it all about it being not Trump. This is not Trump. This is not Trump. This is the it's all about saving democracy and all of that stuff. They made it that fear was really flying.
Everyone did that, by the way. Not just it wasn't just all of the Democrat people talking about how Trump is a threat to democracy. It was Trump and his party as well, pushing all of the narratives about how Joe Biden and the media are enemies of the people and they will destroy America
also,
forever. It was
you don't say I'm going to be an authoritarian. Easy for you to say. authoritarian on day one. You don't say that. Like, why would you say that? If they're
I
saying
must correct you. He said dictator.
whatever, same shit. Why would
I'm
say
giving
that?
you more here.
No, I'm just either way. I'm
Wouldn't that be reason to be like, I'm kind of nervous?
I think it's a perfectly valid reason to not want to vote for him. I just don't think it was persuasive to his
But
voters.
yes, Bimo, you said it early on in the basically your main thing of the stream, where actually what it turned out to be is that people started just to the point that something like that didn't even matter to them, and actually that's it. Yeah.
Here's the thing for me. I used to care. I used to say I don't like his rhetoric. I used to call him out, at least in the circles that I spoke with. I think this was pre-thinkers, yeah. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And I've stopped caring about the shit he says. One, because he is, by all appearances, by nature, a bombastic figure who says a lot of stuff, but also, and I'm sorry that I keep falling back on the whataboutism, but when the left lies all the time about what he's saying, about bloodbath, about very fine people, I'm sorry, I think the mainstream media and the Democrats lying to the American people
Are they lying,
is
or are
worse.
they taking him at his word?
Or they're taking him out of
lying.
context.
They're lying. They're outright
He
lying.
hasn't said there's very fine people on both sides.
Yes, he hasn't.
Yep.
Yes, he has.
He hasn't said. Oh my God, he has not. He has not said that
Bring
the
up the
Nazis
actual
are good.
guys. I'm gonna step in and moderate over here, okay? You are not going to shout and bite each other head off over he said X, he said Y. You're gonna bring up proof to back up your statement, or you will stop shouting at each other. Hydra has spoken.
Okay, Mom.
Let's bring
If
up
you
the
classify me in that manner, I will tell you to stop shouting.
But yeah, she's going to bring up the video, but this is a long debunked claim. This was debunked all the way back in 2016 when it happened. No, 2017.
The point of this being is I just stopped caring about the rhetoric. Used to, now I don't, and my blame for that goes to the Democrats, and the Democrats should care about me saying that, because if they want my vote instead of my vote going to Trump or conservatives or whoever, I'm telling you why. I'm saying stop with the hyperbole and stop with the lying, and then maybe, if you're lucky, I'll pay attention to what you have to say again. That's
Dorkus, don't let people bully you out of your position. You shouldn't have been not considering the throwing away any potential problems you had with Trump's rhetoric just because other side very bad. I understand the urge and the constant pressure and how it's like, why should I even pay attention to you when you just constantly do the bad shit? It's important to not let those things decide the precise view for you in an opposite negative way.
I hear what you're saying, and to a point, I agree with it. Except the lying is I think categorically worse than the bombast.
Yeah, and I understand that that's the position you hold and that's the way you think. I just don't want anyone to be forced or encouraged to change their position based on some other people doing mean things. I think that you should stick to your principles, but yeah.
And Hydra is using his bullying for good.
Absolutely, I'm the only one who is allowed to bully you guys. Okay,
But he did it with such a calm voice. Look, wait, you know what? I brought this in. I've got to do this for myself, actually. Just hold on.
But Dino, you should sit up taller.
I feel better now.
So cute.
Ah!
So,
that's all I heard.
What, meowing?
You putting what you're calling the alt left.
So here we have, you're putting what we call the alt left. This is the actual claim. Somebody is saying you're putting them in the same boat, Mr. Trump.
And white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious and it was horrible.
So we've got him saying it was vicious and it was horrible when people were against each other.
And it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side.
There is another side, not the same side.
These claims are not being disputed. We are not yet at the important part.
This is the part that's conflated, I would say. This is the part, the fact that he mentions both of these sides, that is what this tiny little bit of the clip is what people, because he did say that, right? But the context of it, for once, the context actually fucking changes the meaning. So
yeah, what I'm referring to is don't let it play out. I wanted to quickly say that the whole him talking about people were mean and went with clubs at each other, that wasn't what dispute was about. That was all my comment was. I didn't mean to diminish the context. I was really saying that we are not yet at the part which is critical for which was people were talking about.
But what I am doing is saying, look, Trump didn't say yes, everybody should kill each other. Okay?
Yes, understand. And I share Benjamin in the chat. Let's not have the whole talking over the clip. Let him just go through the whole thing. Okay.
Sorry, Benjamin, I'll pause.
They came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, or you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
It's on both sides, sir. You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And
so the blaming on both sides, that wasn't taken as seriously as they were fine people.
Finish we are letting
okay. I'll honestly, I'll mute myself.
No, you don't have to. Just the whole point is about
accurately. You would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group. Excuse me. I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him?
Okay, I think we established the whole principle and thing. So we did say they were very fine people on both sides, and then the whole thing went on to like let's not even get into the whole we take down a person's statue for their past sins because etc. etc.
Eat crow. I think the famous secondary line though I think is coming up. Like if you hover over it, isn't the most played part like just about to come up, or did we just get past it?
Did he say that he condemns the racist totally?
So, yeah,
he also said
I think you should let it go like 30 more seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. Take down the statue because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they
literally just
should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group, and the white changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits, and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
He said
so. That was the context for him saying that there were very fine people on both sides, basically.
So who were the good people with the neo-Nazis?
No, there were no. It's not that the good people with the neo-Nazis. There were people who were there to. You must take down the statue, and there were people who like, no, you mustn't take down the statue. Every day in the park. And then he said that both for and against in that group were very fine people, but they on one side in one of the
they
four
got
groups there were
by
also
the Nazis in the four.
And yeah,
So
on one side there
Charles
were
is
Nazi
right,
extremists,
though.
and on the other side there were troublemaker extremists.
He did say it.
If Trump is going to say like there's two sides and on one you have the extreme left and then there's fine people that were standing with the extreme left, then you'd have to say the fine people on the right were standing with the neo-Nazis. So yes, but he was clarifying that the fine people that he's talking about are not either the neo-Nazis or the far left, the extreme left as he was calling it. Instead, he was saying like there were people there literally about this protest, about the statue and the renaming of the park. On top of that, you have independent kind of press people, if you will. I know I watched a bunch of weird videos from both sides. I don't know what you'd call them, but during that
Very
time on
fine
YouTube,
videos from both sides.
The celebrity, or not celebrity, but the real-time like vlogging of all these events where you have like people who are, they just want to be eyes and ears on the ground. I watched them not actually participate in any of the fighting or anything like that, and they're just kind of documenting it. That's kind of how we have so much footage of this whole Heather Heyer event and possible gun flashing that happened right before that. So I think he was talking about those people when he specifically says not the neo-Nazis or the white supremacists.
Where they should be.
But there were
condemned
other
totally.
people there. Like there was press from both sides. Like they would be included in that. Probably good people. I assume they're not fighting each other.
So what the press did with that is, oh no, you've collected them to. It's exactly what we were doing with the fandom initiative, that sort of thing. It's like you agreed with them on this one thing, therefore you are a neo-Nazi all of a sudden.
Funny look, Charles. That's a funny look.
Like that's why I got so
Charles has the
butthurt,
best looks.
because Charles, because
really.
I'm like Charles, how could you believe
That's
that?
some heavy lifting.
But he did say that. You're right. He said those
He said the
actual
phrase
words.
word for word.
And that phrase is what is replayed and replayed and replayed. And I agree when people say, oh, context matters and whatever.
Okay, so
a lot of the time, context doesn't change the meaning of what a person said to the point where they're not racist anymore or something like that. A lot of the time, you can't change the context to make something make sense. A lot of the time,
so he's had years to say things like denounce them, and he'll say stand by.
In the fucking clip, he just said it.
But what Charles had to say like that,
thing,
stand down and
referring to
stand
that.
by is really bad language.
It was a really bad language.
He is right. Like,
yeah,
that is
it is, and it's after he'd been like given shit for this exact quote for years. It does seem like
darling.
You should have had something a little
Thanks,
bit
darling.
more pocketed as a response to it.
And you know what? I want to. What I
pocketed?
did think the first time that I heard that,
Have 'em
what
ready.
I said is, Trump, you mother. Why did you say they should be condemned? Why don't you say I condemn them? Say that. You know they are talking shit about you all the time. They're trying to find the worst possible phrasing for you, and you don't say I condemn them. You say they should be condemned. Like I was sensitive to that. Okay, so I understand. But it's just the fact that what I was trying to get at, the reason that triggers me is because
that. Sorry.
It's because even freaking Biden was saying that as if it's the truth. And what I was saying is, remember I'm saying that it got to the point where Trump became this thing of, oh, you see how they'd lie about him. So you know what? We're going to just vote for him because he's the guy that's telling them to shut up and telling them this. He's the guy that's telling them that they are the enemy of the people. And you know what? When you get cases like that, it pisses you off. So you go, I'm going to vote for Trump for that reason.
And I don't want people to forget the environment that led to Trump, in which the media was rampantly lying about a lot of people, canceling people and so on. And Trump was just the guy who was able to say, hey, no, and still survive, so to speak. So there were a lot of people
lying so much as it's misquoting, perhaps, but he did say it. It's not lying.
No, it's malicious,
very
malicious out of context. You can say it's not lying, but I would call it manipulative language with the intent to deceive the reader. So it's almost lying, even if you don't want to use the exact definition.
I think Joe Scarborough knows exactly what he's doing when he says that Trump said Liz Cheney should be put in front of a firing squad.
And then on the others, and then we can play the same game with what Biden said about putting him in the bullseye or whatever it is. And then he tried to play coy about, it's just the wording, whatever. That's how ridiculous the thing has become. The media has become. That's maybe what
and again, he says stupid stuff. He has said a lot of bad stuff.
Trump says a lot of stupid shit.
He is not as smart. Kitty Rosales has sent me a link to listen. I think if you're going to think of Trump as a white supremacist,
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that. No, not you,
moron.
No, I'm not saying that.
We'd love to misquote you a little bit further, Charles, but
he told.
Quick interruption.
We're treating you like the media treated Trump.
He told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. That's not good. And they took that as an endorsement. Well, that's their idiocy. Well, the Charlottesville should have been done a lot better, and not saying there were sides. There were sides.
Yeah,
there were sides.
It does seem like he's really playing into that kind of like tribalism thing, and I think part of that is saying, this side that is with the neo-Nazis, like, again, it's really going to play into that. And if you're on the other side, it's like, wait, you're saying they're siding with the Nazis. Like, that is very bad.
A president would add a postscript and say, hey, for the record, I'm not fucking with you, and I'm totally against what the hell you're doing.
He
Did he do that?
He did. And what the priest did.
You are misunderstanding me. This is what I meant. That is all. A day or two later, just saying you are misunderstanding me. This is what I meant. I am not for any of that shit. How hard is that to just reiterate my point?
Okay, and what about okay, fine. And let's go to the whataboutisms as well of the way. How would you approach? What was your opinion of, let's say, the protests when we had the kind of rhetoric coming out that we must go into their houses, in public, we need to make them uncomfortable, that sort of thing. We need to harass them.
Know they're not.
What was your opinion of that?
That was regarding immigration, by the way. That was Maxine Waters. That's an easy one to find. I can. That's what
I wasn't paying
Kitty
attention.
is referring to, actually.
Guys, Charles denounces neo-Nazis.
I denounce neo-Nazis.
Just in case,
you
heard it here first.
Denounce neo-Nazis.
Really? I too denounce Nazis.
Okay, we all just need to say it.
This doesn't need to be said.
So
Hydra supports neo-Nazis.
He didn't say it.
I don't agree with neo-Nazis, especially with.
He said he doesn't agree with them. He didn't say he denounces them.
Listen, I would go afterwards the next day and say, you misunderstood me. What I mean is that I don't support neo-Nazis. That's so fucking hard to ask. There, I said the thing. The president should be held to a higher standard than me. Come on.
I agree.
So
I do have a question.
I believe it was the next day. Was it the next day or the next week? Now I'm forgetting. He did kind of try and redress it again, and it did not go over well. But he did try and clarify.
But I just want to ask you, Charles, real quick. So do you think that the media would have railed against him as much as he did and as they do if he had gone and said, I absolutely denounce this. I said this then, I'll say it again. I hate white supremacy. I hate these. I do not support the do you think that they would have treated him differently, or do you think that would have just like gone by the wayside?
Hello?
Who are you talking to?
You. I was asking you a question.
Oh, it cut out. I'm sorry.
should have been paying attention
Oh,
to what you were
what
saying.
you I was asking you, Charles. Did you hear what my question was?
No. He did freeze.
I mean,
He
words
did
were
freeze. I was,
said.
I was wondering if he
Okay.
was just like, if he did not want to engage
So-
with it, but he did not move.
So
And
my
then he went-
question for you, Charles, is if Trump went through like the process that you're saying is like he should have just gone and denounced it and said, I denounce white supremacy. I don't support the Proud Boys. I denounce and condemn the neo-Nazis at the Unite the Right rally and around the statue and everything. Do you think that the media would have changed their position on Trump on this subject?
Yes.
I'm not so sure I agree with you there.
Well,
I think
it's
that
a shame we have
easier
nothing
just
to
hate
go
him.
with.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not,
but
nothing is the problem.
there's a lot more money in negative feedback.
He's got a loose history.
Patrick,
He does seem to be loose. That is correct.
listen. Okay, let's get to the concession speech. And
I love you all. I love you all.
Love you too.
And we
So-
love you, sir.
Did you
I
guys
denounce
watch?
Charles.
I denounce.
I don't
I
blame you.
denounce Antifa.
I do not. I support Charles.
Guys, I think you know what we should do, guys. Every time
I haven't paid you yet.
let's scrap the intro song, and every time we start a Thinkers episode, we're gonna all state the creed, and we'll say, "I denounce," and we will go, "I denounce." Seriously, we got to list it, please. Now, guys, this is now a planning meeting. In the planning,
no.
we have to say what we denounce, and then we'll put that all together for the next Thinkers, where we have to say, "I denounce."
At least if
peas
we
in
were
stew.
political leaders, this would be handled by staff for us, okay?
Yeah. Why
My
don't we
voice
have
is
staff?
very piercing. I'm so sorry, Romeo.
No, it
I'm
just
sorry.
it shows that you have
No.
dominion over all of the cats. It's great.
Dominion.
They
Hail
recognize
the
their
queen.
new queen.
Also, Romeo
Charles,
does
you
not
missed
get
it.
to
She won
talk
the
about
election.
high-pitched voices. All right? Anyone who's met Romeo knows that he has a very high-pitched voice.
Yep.
Romeo
What,
is very
Romeo?
demure.
He's very
Romeo's
demure,
voice
yes.
is very demure. Yes. My voice, on the other hand, I think I could compete with V. So, what was I even getting onto? Did you see that that Trump actually started going towards his Joe Rogan podcast talking points when he was doing his acceptance speech?
I actually never watched his acceptance speech.
I watched it.
I don't remember his acceptance speech.
Okay,
I
well, not
know
the acceptance speech, but you know the main speech that
the
happened.
victory one.
Yeah, the victory thing. He started just talking about Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And if you go and
Because
watch,
he's Trump, he will never ever be capable of giving an on-topic speech. Okay.
and you know what? One of the things that the balanced reporting guy did as well is he said Trump is the oldest candidate to have been nominated. So the Republicans and everybody who voted for Trump better be on it. If that man declines, he's out. There's none of this let's puppet him, let's carry him on or whatever. That there's
He's
certain
spry.
things that have to also be kept in the forefront. So we had that. Sorry,
In the
that was
forefront.
in the
He got kicked in the forefront. That
so
sounds painful.
the JD needs to be raring to go. Yeah, he's. I think. Yeah. No. But that's the thing. The characterization there is not Charles lying. That's the.
Charles
It's
ain't
not
lying.
lying. It's just there. He was misled. That it's like it was just the
Also-
interpretation
Technicalities.
of what was said. Yes.
There's a
Who
big
watched it?
difference
But the
between
technicalities
a
mean
disagreement and a
something,
lie.
don't they?
You see, Charles is not being malicious in what he thinks here. If he thinks that
That
Trump's
too.
a racist, there's plenty of reasons to think so.
Yes.
Or that he called people the fine people is not a hoax to him. Because regardless of the context, he has said things that support that claim. That's not a problem It's just a difference in agreement.
And I'll say it again. I'm leaving in a week to go visit my wife in the United Kingdom, who the only reason is there is because of his policies. So you could call me a liar all you want, but I live this bullshit. So please spare me. I might be a little tender. I'll give you that, but
it's
I have to
actually
leave
affecting
6
your
months a
life.
year. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing.
Come on, guys. It's not about the. Okay, I see people who are like, it's sad that even hearing the full clip changes nothing. Benjamin, it's not that.
It's no. He.
Charles
the
was
rest
not
of-
convinced by the
That-
clip or any
Yeah.
newspaper that talked about the clip. You are treating it as if, see, the newspapers took it out of context. Here is the full context. Why are you not convinced? Can't you see they are lying about it? While Charles' complaint is fundamentally separate from this. He's like, look, I lived through what he did. This is how it affects me. It's bad. I don't like it. And I don't like what it did to me and those that I care about.
Plus,
You are
which channel
approaching
do I
this from
watch?
the wrong angle.
I'd like to ask which MSM I watch because
No, you don't.
boy, do I have a story for you.
I want to watch this movie, by the way. I haven't seen it
Have
yet,
you
but I
seen it?
want to.
Sucks.
Hey, I have a
It's
question.
I want Shane Gillis
Interesting.
to do the
Bad,
remake.
Gray.
It's interesting in that, like, okay, so what are the biopics that we've had in the last little like we've got Napoleon, we've got Reagan, we've got I don't know, out of all of them that I can think of that I've watched in like the last year.
See Reagan too.
That one really comes off like a TV movie. Like you can tell that Dennis Quaid like really cared about it, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. But like this one is actually shot like a real movie, and you do actually see like progression of a character. And my God, Sebastian Stan just becomes
white girl,
him,
go.
which is strange. But I'm not gonna say it's a good movie. It's weird. And Jeremy Strong is also awesome as now I can't remember his name, but there's two really good performances in it. But
I
don't know
remember
who the movie's
Roy
for.
Cohn
You're gonna get two sides that hate it
from
in a weird way.
Angels in America.
I've got a question for Charles. So you don't brace yourself, jeez. Okay. So you keep bringing up how your wife is in the UK because of Trump's policies. I don't know what policies those are. What was it that made it so that she has to be in the UK?
We are legally married.
Yes.
So she's still technically a British citizen. I am an American citizen.
Okay.
While COVID hit, when everyone could not work and everyone is getting their little tax breaks, neither one of us could get that.
Oh,
so
that
I got
sucks.
evicted due to the fact that none of us could get any sort of relief. I couldn't because I was married to an immigrant.
So essentially,
That's insane.
your citizenship came into question
Right.
because you were married to an immigrant. But couldn't she get citizenship through marriage?
Yeah, but there's a process. You have to.
It's a long. I know. Yeah,
Right.
I'm sure. And is it
Well,
also
interesting.
how long do you have to be? What is the process for getting citizenship through marriage? In
Oh, if you
America?
pay a certain amount, it could be done in 6 months.
It's just really expensive.
I don't know. COVID was
May I ask
really
the
weird on the
amount?
relationships. Like I know a couple of my friends from when I was in Canada, they married Americans and they just had this weird thing as well where they had to basically be separated during the time.
So
And
hold
it's-
on. So you all remember when COVID hit, right? And
Yeah.
you all got like $600 checks just for being fucked up. I couldn't get that
yeah,
because I was
I
married to an
didn't-
immigrant. Do you understand what the fuck that means? Holy fuck!
Yes.
You're owed like $1,200
Charles,
at
don't
least.
stop. Charles,
No,
don't
no, no.
let yourself get mad for the people in the chat who have no experience with what you went through. Don't let their opinions get to you this much.
And I feel you regarding the checks because I got evicted as well during 2020 because I couldn't get my checks because when I was forced to go into the quarantine, I was quarantined for 4 months and my boss had counted me as having quit. So I was not put on any relief list. Definitely not the same as what you had to go through, but I definitely didn't get any checks.
I think
And
there were a
Benjamin,
lot of people in
it doesn't-
California. Go on, quick, Kite.
Benjamin, it's not like it's like they were kind of forced with their money situation. It's not like she was like, oh, it sucks. Yeah, gotta go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Patrick. She has an ITIN.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure if she was allowed to work here because, like, that was the thing. Like,
yeah,
a lot of the times, even if you have a spouse in that beginning time, you can
Mhm.
choose like a work or student visa, but you're not just given like permission to just work. You did have to jump through a bunch of hoops.
We paid taxes. She didn't have a green card yet.
That's lovely.
It's really
That
terrible.
Taxes, disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like no. You have to pay tax, but you are not a citizen. Cool.
Jeez.
So.
Either way, I got my
also
question
the fact
answered.
that it completely nullifies your citizenship. But now,
My problem was, all right, if you don't want to give her money, sure. But I was born here. We both pay taxes. I pay taxes. Can I have my money, please? Or at least can you put me up? And magically that was solved. Too late, mind you.
This is a good question. What or some specific?
So-
what was this, a Trump thing?
Again, too late. A
Hold
year
on,
later,
let him finish the sentence.
You interrupted him.
go on,
He
Charles.
was
Yeah, because you were continuously interrupting, and I interrupted him too to say I'm the only one who has the power to interrupt Charles.
Hold on, everybody.
all
Let's
right?
stop interrupting.
Yes.
Charles, speak.
So we were evicted, but things were fixed a year later. And we got like IOU money when a different president was in office.
Oh, okay.
So that is why I blame him.
Man.
A year
was
later,
it like a lawsuit situation, or you just reported enough that it was like, oh,
you just had
man,
to
we
file
missed you.
something with the IRS.
Ah, okay.
Which understandably would be too little too late.
We were already evicted. The steps were already in motion.
So this is where you sue your landlord that evicted you for putting you in a bad situation during COVID when there was a plague going on, okay? People were dying in the streets. Have you no heart?
I mean, they weren't dying in the streets, but they were dropping dead.
What
yes,
is-
I am that person. Thank you. Yes, I am. That's how I feel when I bring
smiling
people together. Yes,
Nico.
that is me right there, everyone. Yep.
I love that it's also just like the most of your it's the most depressed of the depressed Hydra.
Yes, it's the good
and then
Hydra
it's the
heads,
smiling me and the smiling Charles.
That is such a
Well, yeah.
perfect meme. Thank you so much for making that. Great stuff.
That is a good one. That is a good one. One of my favorite scenes from that movie as well.
It
just looks so cool.
We've always got to get a T-posing Spider-Man.
Yeah, you do. It's iconic.
So where are we on the diagram now?
On the diagram, the one I want to end off with is hope, guys. Okay,
Yeah.
so we've got
Open change. Oh wait, that's Obama.
something like that. Something like that policy. How does that change? How do you change that?
Look on the bright side. We got 7 days.
There you go.
No, but seriously, what happens? Like, because one of the things that to me sounds absolutely bonkers insane, and I would love to have someone like Joe Rogan tell a story like that and to a presidential candidate and say, what do you think about that? And see what happens. So as much as people are saying that the podcasts it's the new media, I'm very happy and excited about that. I still think it is a politician will still politician around 7 days to watch the Trump tape.
Yeah, the Trump P tape.
Which tape? Yeah. So something like that did not happen as far as I'm concerned, in the Joe Rogan podcast. So everyone's going, yay. If from now on, everybody should speak to a presidential candidate for 3 hours and we'll be able to see how genuine they are and what. Guys, they're politicians.
Weird tangent. Do you think that would have helped Kamala if she had gone on Joe Rogan?
I
don't know.
Don't think so. I think if she just went on there and was a person.
Well, I watched the Call Her Daddy
I'm ambivalent.
podcast, and she said a whole lot of nothing through the entire thing.
Yeah, but that wasn't to Joe Rogan.
It wasn't to Joe Rogan, but it was another like very big podcast.
Did they even ask her about MMA?
I don't think so. No.
No, I'm absolutely with you on that one, Benjamin. That long form is way better. And
who'd have thought radio would?
And I'm with Charles on who do you even watch in the mainstream then. But all you can actually do is just watch it all.
For as much as the chat is laying something on me, you'd be surprised to know I don't watch any mainstream media. So you're just as ignorant as I am, apparently.
Okay, so
the chat is still obsessed with Charles being like lied to by the mainstream media. They're still missing the point. No.
Did you? Oh, Patrick. Sorry, no, he's not missing the point.
I didn't vote. I did not vote.
I just shared
I
that because
appreciate
of
you
the
for not
Hanson
voting,
comment.
honestly.
Yeah, that's what
Patrick
I was on.
voted no.
Patrick
saying Charles is handsome.
voted Charles. Patrick voted
Dumb.
Sipo. Yeah.
Waste of vote.
So okay, let's go to the hope. The hope.
Okay, hope.
What are your guys' hopes after this election?
Who are we starting with?
I hope the UK accepts me as a citizen.
Wait. How? Okay, so wait. I know this EU. Okay, it's not EU, but I know this kind of this kind of admin stress. Okay. Are you? So where are you married? Are you married in America?
Yeah.
Do you have to now get your marriage certified in the UK?
I don't know. It's more expensive there. If America does taxes, UK loves taxes. Jesus, they are.
So it's getting citizenship through marriage in the UK, not so good.
It's just expensive. It's the same shit, just more expensive.
And more
And
polite
long. It takes
to
long.
your face.
Yeah, but beans on toast. Think of all the tacos you're missing out on.
No, there's
That
actually
is a taco. What are you talking about? That is a
great
taco.
curry in England. So
I've had a
This was the
divorce in America,
English-
Patrick.
Currywurst. Best curry.
Oh, everything smells like curry
Okay.
over there. It's kind of gross.
But have you tried an international divorce?
You
No,
know if you
more
get divorced in Italy, the Pope has to sign off your something like that. Has to sign off your
Benjamin, I don't watch news. Like I don't know why my news comes from Twitter. If you can call it.
Hold on, you're gonna
news.
have to wait to explain the news that you don't
No,
watch. for
Charles,
just
you're
one
making
moment.
it worse. Then they are going to say
Because-
that you only think this because some furry loser told you. You don't understand. The people still think that your views are defined entirely by the news source you consume and not the personal experience. Okay.
I got all my
Speaking of
news
the
from
farthest
Ann Wilkes.
from furries and losers, definitely the furthest from that, we've got Lucifer the Doberman for $2 Canadian saying, Charles, I'm going to force you to cuddle with my puppies. Come on, Lucy and Hera need some cuddles, dude.
Yeah.
This
You're going
is
to be
the
okay.
this is the love. That's
Oh
right.
yeah.
Aww.
Doesn't
They're-
that feel?
Those are puppies. Those are giant.
Yes.
Okay,
they're puppies.
Well,
Lucifer's
one in the
big
foreground's a
one.
puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
What do you mean the big one? They're the same size.
No, they're not. Can I-
Hera's a little
can I show the-
smaller. It's a perspective issue.
Guys,
She's
can I
closer to
show the
camera.
video? Lucifer, can I show the video as a palette cleanse? I think it'll be fine, right? I just
Sure.
need to let me get the go ahead from him because I think the palette cleanser this will heal the heart. Let me just check which
Confirmation.
one. Okay, we got confirmation.
Will it heal the soul though?
Oh, mom, it's so cute. Sorry, I also just get very Afrikaans when things are cute. Okay.
It just sounded like you said "Oh ha, mom." Okay.
I'm saying "Aha, mom," which is like "Oh, mom." Oh,
Mom.
I think
"Aha, mommy."
See, Charles, one is tinier.
Fate's play.
that perspective.
We got to speak over this though. We're gonna hit
Yeah.
with this music.
Sorry. There.
That picture.
Look at that.
They've got awesome ears. Oh yeah.
They're so cute. I wish Dobermans liked me.
Fighting.
What? So
You know
just
why they don't.
breed-wise, they just don't like you, Bimo. So you just see
Yes.
a Doberman and you're like, oh, that's
Yeah.
so racist.
So Dobermans and German Shepherds especially just are very suspicious of me specifically.
That might be.
I have never once had a good experience with a Doberman or a German Shepherd. I've always been attacked or bitten by them.
Are they constantly
started
guard
talking to
dogs
my
are coming
dog's
across?
I will neither confirm nor deny.
What about
Guys,
Rottweilers?
Wait, hold
I
on.
actually love Rottweilers. Growing up, there was a Rottweiler named, ironically, Adolf in my neighborhood.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
My husband
keep in
would do
mind,
that.
Adolf was named Adolf because of the father of the man who owned the dog. Okay?
Why does anyone
Not because
use
of Hitler.
the name Adolf?
Was he
ever
from
anymore?
Argentina? Are you sure?
Yeah.
But
you
yeah,
actually,
love
yeah, there's a
Rottweilers.
connection. What I wanted to know is, Charles, what is your height?
None of your business.
Because I just want to see. Okay, so Charles, in this situation,
6'3" confirmed.
Charles is just the bigger dog.
All right, traveling to
and
the
I'm smaller
UK.
one, okay.
U.S. citizen. Wait, what? I'm sorry.
So we
How
can,
many
we can
meters
meme
are
this.
you?
We
5'11".
can meme this. 5 meters. Yes.
Yeah, 5'11", I said.
He said it in
Nico,
stupid
you
freedom.
can take
units
this
for
video.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like 1,000 centimeters or some shit.
Nico, you can take this and put my face on Hera's face and Charles's face on Lucifer's.
Amazing. Sibo has trouble buying clothes in Japan. I would have trouble buying clothes.
Oh,
in
you
Japan.
don't. You have no idea, dude. Uneven. Last time I measured my height, I was 187 centimeters. That's 6'1", I think, in freedom units. You have zero clue how tough it is to be this tall. Okay, first of all, I hit my head on stuff constantly. I have to watch out for that. And second, clothes, chairs, pants. Good fucking luck, man, because finding the right size. Ooh.
Please,
Okay, wait.
Aaron's
so
Trump is
short.
6'8".
I
That's
go
a
to
big
Europe
boy.
in the airport. I feel like I'm a basketball player sometimes.
Yeah. Europe is quite funny. Go
Why
to
are you
Italy.
so short?
We little people. What do you want from us?
And then you meet the Dutch, and they're just so much taller than you.
They're just
Or maybe it's a Europe thing. So it's like they're tall in Europe, but then when they meet Americans, they're average height. It's not true, but I'm just coping right now.
I meet a tall Italian and I'm like, what? Are you sure? Like, that's not, are you sure you're Italian? That's not a thing. Like, anyway.
Italians don't exist.
Tall Italians.
Okay.
Italians with light eyes as well.
I
What's
was
wrong with you?
threatened by one when I tried to eat mozzarella with pesto. And the guy was my friend, and he threatened to kill me if I do that. You cannot tell me that they do not exist. I had a life for
That's
that
a figment of your imagination.
No.
Well, guys, did we finish off the hope? I'm sorry. We started
Nope.
looking at dogs.
We barely even started.
So Charles is hoping to make it to the EU.
No, I'm hoping that
To the UK.
that a lot of this
because
stuff is just
yes, I'm
rhetoric,
with you.
because
Yeah.
I'd like to live with my wife again. Even though, again, silver lining, I'll be with her 2 of the next 4 years at worst.
Let's go.
So I get breaks,
Nice.
half-year breaks.
Now that's
So
Mini
you guys
divorces.
get tired of each other.
Little mini divorces every year.
Jeez.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
You give me a month, I'll get back on that one.
I'm
Or
gonna
agree
tell-
to contempt.
I'll tell Gordon about the situation, see if he'll be like, lucky man.
You should do that, Kitty.
Yeah. He's gonna be
Tail.
like, you know what? Daisy? Oh, you also, she's like, I heard that we wanted to cleanse the stream. I think we've cleansed it, guys. We're good. We're friends. Charles, I'm happy I was able to snap at Charles and then also not, he snapped back at me, which is how
You have a
friends
good one,
work.
Rico.
Yeah. We're all friends here.
Like, honestly,
As
my
we
best,
yell at
one of
each
my
other.
best, no, one of my best friends, we would yell at each other. People were like, oh my God, they're fighting.
If
It's
we
like,
were
of
together,
course.
I'd hug everyone.
Yeah, we'd hug.
Not even a kiss. Come on. I thought we were friends.
I'm
Charles.
traveling. I cannot risk any sort of anything.
Okay, yeah, So anyway, guys, hope for that. Hope it's rhetoric. What else? I hope. What my hope is that America realizes it's still pretty great. Okay.
That it's great again, you mean?
No, it's been great all along.
Years.
It's been great all along because it's not Africa.
My hope for this upcoming term is one that Trump's rhetoric does dial down, and I actually just like what Wallace said in the chat. I'm hoping either lame duck or when things are said that it will be more like the last presidency where Trump will be like, I want this to happen. And then a bunch of people are like, what? You're crazy. That's illegal. I want as little stupidity things to happen just so that we can get this over with. And then Trump never has to be talked about again because he can't be president again.
Yeah, he's done.
The good thing is that he leaned and pushed up against the safeguards of democracy in his previous term. And thankfully, there was a healthy amount of pushback and people talking on some of his crazy ideas. So I'm just out here hoping that the safeguards hold once more and he doesn't weaken the United States or strengthen China and Russia by his ignorance and stupidity enough. Hopefully, people under him who are experts in foreign affairs and military stuff actually do their good work while Trump does his usual rhetoric and social stuff.
I wasn't done with my whole part, but okay.
Wow, Hydra.
But my hope was chained to yours, Bimo.
The non-Americans went first on the hope thing, okay?
But I need your hope, Bimo. You don't understand. I require your help.
Man,
I don't like the way you said that.
Trump is not going to be.
I was trying to be cinematic.
By the end of his thing. Anyway, Bimo, sorry.
Just last thing. I hope that this election and how it went lets media and media personalities refocus and understand that like maybe the temperature is too high. Maybe calming the hell down might be a better idea, being a little more sensible.
Mm-hmm.
But this was my wish for the last couple of elections, and that didn't happen. So we'll see. Because every election I've ever voted in has been the world is ending. If this doesn't happen, the world is ending. And the thing is that I stopped caring about that.
The world is always ending. The West has always fallen. It's always GG. Every single election has
you have a good one, Price.
Always, 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 always. That's the rhetoric. We need a president who's tough on communism, because otherwise we are lost. We need a president who can figure this out, what's going on in Europe with Hitler. Otherwise, it's always that.
I think
and we've actually,
I think it was actually quite encouraging that Harris gave the speech that she did.
I mean, she still talked about happiness.
I mean, it wasn't all doom and gloom. It was, we got to work harder. So
let's keep going.
Yeah, I'll say it for, I think, the third time. That was her best speech on the trail.
Shame you didn't show that earlier.
You could say that she's unburdened by what has been.
What has been. It's really, you know what? That joke is obvious. It was obvious, but it really fits so well.
It killed me every time I kept seeing it.
Guys, we're not gonna do Gartic phone
We've got like 15 minutes.
Hey, I'm not going to have time for that. Sorry.
But we have the last palate cleanse from Lucifer the Doberman.
But we didn't get through Hope for Everyone yet.
Yes. It was only Bimo and me. So the other people still have hope.
I hope for good things.
No, you know, that's a cop out.
You have to properly explain your hopium to the team.
Hopium.
Okay?
Yes, not copium, hopium, boys.
Yeah, your name is Hopeful. Come on, man.
I hope that Trump will support Israel, which I suspect he will. I hope that we'll get some lower taxes. I hope he doesn't go too crazy with the tariffs, because those I don't like. I hope that the media, my sincere hope is that the media will self-reflect and that all of us can calm down a bit and hopefully believe that the world isn't going to end tomorrow.
And let's help it not end
Does sound
tomorrow.
hopeful.
By not killing each other, by not hating each
Yeah.
other. So yell, then hug it out. I think. What? Yeah. That. What Dorkus said. Great.
Yeah, I think that does sound very hopeful. I don't think there's any way we could cool this down. Come on. Oh, you know what? My hopes don't matter because breaking news from the Tizai Wallace, the Wallace, for $20, it looks like American currency this time. Hell yeah. I hope the Republicans can see that Democrats know how to concede the election and they will learn how to do so the same. Coping hard now.
Spoken from the side that cried Russian interference for 4 years.
Wasn't there a protest?
I would like to
Chicago?
point out that I would like to point out that there is a pretty big distinction. I understand the disagreement. There is a pretty big distinction between alleging a conspiracy by your internal system to fundamentally undermine the very concept of democracy and voting itself versus saying that a foreign hostile power meddled in your electoral process, because one of them is an enormous claim requiring a lot of evidence, and the other happens whenever there is an election.
But both are bad, right?
But
obviously,
she did
no one is
concede, which way to go. I
She
hope
did
both
concede.
sides do take a page out of that book and do concede if they lose an election.
Can't wait for Kamala Harris to write a book about how all of this happened, and then she can allege that everything was cheating.
This is Harry.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, Harriet's so cute.
Look at the little bow tie. Ow!
Harriet is awesome. I love Harriet already. I would die for her.
Okay, Benjamin, stop saying stupid shit like there was no peaceful transfer of power in 2016. They spent 4 years of attacking. Benjamin, you don't know what the peaceful transfer of power means. I hope you never live through a non-peaceful transfer of power. If you think what happened in 2016 was not a peaceful transfer of power, you are extremely entitled and live in an amazing country.
I mean, Hydra is not American.
Transfer of power.
He knows what he's talking about here.
Oh, come on. Let me watch this full screen.
So, Gray, what are you hopeful for? What are you wishing for?
For a
Christmas?
lot, actually. Let me tell you. I'm very hopeful. I'm hopeful that we do get back to a press that is kind of giving a certain amount of scrutiny to those in charge. I think we're going to get a healthy dose of that. Perhaps too much of it, but I'm glad that it won't just be kind of carrying water for the officials, and perhaps they are going to look into certain claims or reasoning behind something. I think that's an awesome thing to look forward to. I think. Perhaps we could actually, get some sort of, I don't know. I guess you'd want to call it balance to what's being reported. But that might be a bridge too far. I just hope for scrutiny, I guess. So that'll be great and different. But yeah, I hope for updates on Harriet throughout the year, because did you see how cute that cat was? Miss Tubman is very special.
I want a peaceful transfer of power so that cat becomes mine.
Oh,
it's not going to be peaceful.
A peaceful transfer of ownership, you mean?
Yes.
So, Kitsa, now that you're...
Yeah.
What?
Now that I'm queen.
Yeah. Yeah, what's on your agenda?
The Thinkers podcast.
Woo!
With the puppy dogs.
Look how cute they are.
Yay.
That's
what a beautiful one.
as my first day as queen of cats. I'm showing a dog video.
Why does one dog?
Treason! By the way, jokes aside, this is an absolutely beautiful place. I wish I could visit a place.
It's Canada.
Like this. I know. Yeah. Peaceful transfer of powers.
Queen Kitsa, truly a queen for all animals.
Yes.
No discrimination
Oh, look at that
between cats or
beautiful.
dogs.
Look at Lucy. Look how beautiful.
But why does one dog have a traffic cone vest?
Because it's learning it. It's learning to be visible.
Is that for like,
Kitty, your favorite?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my
So-
propaganda. I'm trying to ensure a lifelong reign.
is that like to float in case it doesn't drown?
I
or
don't-
whatever?
does it
You
float?
think
I don't think it's a life vest. I think it's
No,
just
I
to make
think
sure
it's
that
just
the dog is
visibility
most
vest,
visible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
Well,
because it's first time outside. I don't know. Maybe not so sure how they're going to behave, etc., etc. My guess. I wish I could own animals. My allergies, unfortunately, don't allow me to. But that's my guess on terms of animal behavior.
it's for visibility. Okay. Well,
We're doing
you know what?
Gartic?
We're doing Gartic, boys.
We're doing a
Okay,
Gartic.
I'll stick around for one round, but then I really have to go. So
Garlic phone, garlic phone.
I'm just seeing how long it would take for me to get to Vancouver Island.
More
If
than
you
5
walk.
minutes. Clearly.
Definitely more than 5
Vancouver
minutes.
Most
Island.
assuredly.
I would need to take a plane.
Get wrecked.
It's my favorite GIF.
Okay. Gartic is the official responsibility of BMO. All I
It
will
would be
do
it would be
is
27 hours.
Worth it.
Everybody get ready for Gartic.
Wow. Where is the link? I don't see it.
I'm getting it.
I don't know. I'm getting everyone in the mood.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll bring myself something to drink.
BMO, can I just ask you to put it in the Discord?
Private chat or the Discord.
So that I can get there.
Yeah.
So Dice sent me this, and I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna pack it, but
What? I love it.
Oh,
that is awesome.
It is a baby Deadpool popcorn bucket thing.
That's
like
awesome.
I didn't even know it had the popcorn
It's a
feature.
popcorn bucket.
The popcorn's here.
Do you want me to send you the personal link or post it in the Discord?
Post it in the Discord and in the chat, whatever. Just as long as I get it on Discord somewhere.
So I assume you're gonna wear
then
your
I can-
popcorn bucket on the plane.
I don't know how I can pack it.
You're
All
gonna
right.
wear it. Wear your popcorn bucket.
Join up, Mental Gin.
What if I say it's like a what do they call those? Convenience animal or whatever the fuck?
Yes.
Convenience animal.
What do they call those?
I don't think
Convenience
emotional
animal.
support works anymore. I think you gotta go service.
Service. Like you don't need to know what service this animal performs.
Butter popcorn is a perfect airplane food.
All right, I'll drop the link in the chat as well.
Support pool. There are many different pools.
Rosales, the answer to this question is always yes.
Yes.
And please.
Thank you. Whoa, that's a lot
I'm
of
sharing,
links.
by the way. Yeah, I spammed it so that people would see it.
Oversharing, some might say.
I'm a victim of such things.
Where did you put? Did you put it in Thinker's chat or something?
Thinkers chat, yeah. I even pinged you. You should have a notification.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm hearing people.
Darling and Pappy.
Join for the cathartic experience of Gartic Phone, but
Cathartic Gardic?
cathartic Gartic.
We get one more.
All right,
Yay.
I have returned.
Yay.
Sorry
As you
for
do.
making you wait.
Hit that link, and viewers, don't touch that remote.
I am here. Yes.
Deal.
Coo. Is that everyone? Are we gonna give
No,
a little bit more?
no, I'm not there.
Wow. I suck. I didn't notice that you weren't there, and this time Dorkus is even using his real name. He didn't like have your name fakely in there.
Rosales wants us to do corpse.
That's a good way because it's quick, I suppose.
Yeah,
Corpse is the opposite of quick, but
I only have time for one, so Just letting you know.
I mean, it's a long one, but you end up with artwork.
Okay, normal or okay, vote, guys. This is democracy.
Put a 1 in chat if you want to do normal. 2 if you want to do corpse. We're doing Twitch
I think
rules
it would be
now.
incredibly irresponsible to draw and drive. Okay.
Oh shit! Yeah, guys.
It sounds like a skills
If you are driving a car or operating heavy machinery or anything similar by any chance, obviously, don't fucking do this. Oh, I see all of those fucking third-party people in the chat posting 9 and 47.
So we've got
I like
more
missing
normal.
piece. Can we have missing piece, please?
We've got more normal than corpse at the moment. So
well, we're just
People
going to
want to
consider
leave,
everything that's not a
obviously.
1 to be a
Don't
2.
Yes.
Piece is 2 votes.
Darling, you
If
can
you
draw
can
even
draw,
if you don't.
absolutely, darling. Yes.
Kissy, I need you to find me 5 votes for 2, okay? I need you to find me 5 votes.
Find
for
some
2.
alternate voters.
Yes, and I want you to change. I want you to find me an alternate host
Steve
for this
Happy's
game.
just gonna
okay?
bring up all his alts.
Okay. So I'm seeing 1,
Bemo's the
2,
boss of the game. Oh, look
Wow.
at that.
We
did not
Look
put
at all
a
of these
have it
votes
now.
coming in. See that? Love.
Did
All right,
anyone say that
guess
you
we're
couldn't
doing
vote
normal.
multiple times?
We did not.
It was not in the rule book, so
Well,
Oh, man.
Well,
no one
put
said
in
a
my
dog
vote
can't
for
play
George
basketball.
Washington 2 instead of George Washington 1.
Ain't no rule saying a dog can't play basketball.
Okay, guys. Bemo,
All right.
you make the decision. I'm
We'll
tired.
be doing corpse.
Okay.
For those that don't know how corpse works, we're going to be drawing a whole drawing together, friends.
And make sure to. Oh, thank you. They added the cross this line to the line at the bottom. So we
The
no
cross
longer have
state
make sure to
line?
cross the line. Cross that state line.
Okay, I really don't like this new tablet.
Oh, cheater complains about cheating.
Oh, my tool. Yeah, I don't understand. How can your tablet not be amazing and way better than a finger?
I'll show you how
When
much
you
better
can
my
no
finger
longer
is.
cheat, it feels like everyone else is cheating.
Come on, give me a straight line. There we go. I love the delay of your singing.
Oh, is it not? I am singing, yes.
Okay, that's a bit too. Please.
No, he's got
perfect.
sensory. No, he's got sensory issues. I'm
Got misphonia.
I hear everything 10 times louder than you, so at some point it's gonna be. I already have my species.
Yes. Tell us more
set
about
up
how
for-
you're just built different. Okay, we get
Yeah,
it.
I am built different. We are not the same. You know, I am genetically
We are not
superior.
the
My
same.
senses are better. I can think faster than you. Autism is the new
Superpower.
Supermensch. Get lost. Yes.
Sounds like you're experiencing this 90s movie. That's awesome. It's called Senseless. It's not a good movie, but he takes this drug and then his senses are heightened. You know,
I
it
love
could be a
Limitless.
superpower. It's called Senseless.
Limitless
It's
is
the
actually
comedy.
quite cool.
The Wayans brothers movie. Come on.
There we go. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
It also has Matthew Lillard in it.
Oh wait, no, I need to stop.
I like
Edit.
Matthew Lillard.
I need to. I actually have to fix this. Where I go. So.
About
There we
half
go.
of your time is gone once I stop talking. Yeah.
We don't
Now-ish.
appreciate it often, but Gray, you are helping a lot with the constant
Yeah.
reminders.
I appreciate it every time. I don't know what you're talking about. Hydra.
I like the surprise of haha, fuck you.
That's okay. Just a sudden fuck you. Okay.
Yeah. Why not? It's like real life. Oh man.
I'm just. Whoa. Daisy's very upset with me.
That's because you are not paying enough attention to her specifically. You know.
I just want to say how glad I am that J-Mac feels like he wants to be a thinker, so we have to make him one.
Oh,
Yeah.
We had to, yeah.
Yeah, we had to.
He's
He
stuck
gave us
with us
$100, so
Yeah, he totally gave the $100 just to be on stream.
Wait, there's membership fees now?
yeah. So
No.
if you guys give Kitty $100, we'll put you on the show. That's what we're saying.
Or we that is how we're
Oh no,
Charles, that's how you've been here the whole time. You've been giving us $100 every week, isn't that right?
You just don't know about it. Yeah.
just me coming off your card. I thought you knew. Download your invoices. But also seriously, seriously, the fact that we're even in StreamYard is J-Max doing. Yeah. We will. I'll be trying out restream my solo streams, but I'll let you guys know.
Oh, actually, I guess since now we're not talking about the election, how was the beta for you? The Monster Hunter Wilds beta.
Didn't you see my reaction video? It was amazing.
I saw a little bit of it. I've
No,
just been busy.
it's really, I don't know. I don't have. That was literally all I took out of that. That's as far as I've gotten with my beta video.
Beta?
Beta!
Oh, fuck. I'm so awesome.
I've also got a lot of clips of me saying beta every time I say it. I don't let that joke go.
That's great.
I always feel a little bit bad because we are technically making fun of someone who
What?
has brain damage. But
What is this?
oh, whatever. That's not suggestive at all.
It's perfect. I love this. Whoever did this, great job. I mean, I
love
can
how
only
all
see
of the
like a
colors
millimeter
names
of
are
it.
available for me.
Yeah.
I think it hurts that I could see the actual things above the line because.
Why?
It makes
No,
it
you can only
hurt
see a little bit, just enough to get you started.
It's toying with my brain.
You don't like brain toying?
No.
You don't like brain play?
Brain play.
I don't like that term.
The discomfort in Gray's voice when he said, "I don't like that term." Woo! He's like very upset. Like, I don't like your tone, sir. I don't know what I'm drawing. I hope there's some psychoanalyst out there that can tell me what.
So what do you see?
No, they cannot help you.
I love Gad said. I'm reading his book.
Oh, Gatsad's a neat guy.
Yeah,
You know, he's been popping up on my algorithm a lot of late.
my fault, I suppose.
It's all your
Somehow,
All
yeah.
your fault. Exactly.
Like someone you're associated with watches this, you should totally watch it too. Sorry, Hydra.
It wasn't that loud.
About a
that
third of your
time.
time is gone.
Okay. Just don't go
Just don't do it again.
full. Yeah, don't. Let's. I hate how it doesn't fill in properly, and I have to drag it all over the thing because I have to manually fill in the holes.
I just made this so gross because you said holes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Manually filling the holes too.
Fill
Is that
the
phrasing,
holes,
sir?
boys.
That's the brain play.
Buy your way
I
in there.
feel like
your
the
brain
thing
hole.
above me is racist. I don't.
How do you come to that conclusion?
I'm just.
And are you talking
saying-
about Hydra?
No. I want to take back.
You're not
what I
calling him the
just-
thing above you.
No. Pappy, I'm gonna say that this was you.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You probably think it's Paffy who's done it.
Something may be racist? Must be Pappy.
Maybe she's born with it.
Maybe it's Pappy.
Maybe it's the epiphany.
It's Pappy.
Thank you, Gray.
Oh, yeah. You have about a third of your time remaining.
All right. But like those in chat that see this, like you get what I'm talking about, right? Like am I overreacting? Steve Happy says his wasn't that racist.
We listen.
It probably wasn't his then.
We haven't said the disavowal yet, guys.
What is the disavowal today?
All the bad
Mr. President, you must disavow the previous drawing.
Right in there, DA disavow. Well, actually, just put D. One word.
Your time is nearly over.
You know what? I feel like I'm going to do something absolutely.
Thank you, Rosales. The other day I got called out because I was arguing with someone about politics. Who'd have thought? And they were watching my stream and I didn't know it because I was just streaming playing a game, and I stopped playing the game and started looking at Twitter mid-argument, and they were like, "Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying?" And they're like, "What? Yeah." It's like you just scrolled over Twitter and you're watching cat videos. Like, oh,
I love the implication that looking at cat videos, no, that's too much. But playing a whole video game at the same time, definitely paying attention. The amount of just implication that the amount of brain resources that watching cat videos requires is so much more than playing a video game. What even?
We're drawing the legs. This came with notes apparently.
Oh wow! Okay, someone's dedicated.
No!
Are we feeding the ducks still?
Yeah. I'm just using the wrong tools to feed the ducks. Oops.
You're supposed to feed them food, not tools.
Oops.
If you teach them to use the tools, they'll get their own food. Come on.
There you go. Words of wisdom. Okay. I made an assumption on what this is. I'm just going to put it on the bottom here.
You're probably right.
I may have completely altered the meaning of this entire thing.
I think it's good.
Ooh, accidental refraction. I didn't even realize I did that. Oh no.
Well, about a third of your time is gone.
My handwriting is so bad. Ugh.
Finish up any final details for this final part of this amazing piece. You got about half your time remaining.
No!
There we go. So to the 16 people watching, what are you getting out of this?
They are listening.
Me
They are
yelling.
chilling.
It's the ASMR of me going.
They are just winding down with us,
Yeah.
Thinking
Place your
hard
bets.
about
Is
what they are
is this what I think it is or not?
I mean, they're the ones that are actually doing the drawing, so they can't really place. What am I? Did I just make a fleshy? Oh,
I need to borrow
Flashy.
a lot of your people.
A lot of our people?
Yeah, Bimo, you have no excuse. I've seen you once or twice in my weekend streams, yet not in the Gardic sessions.
That's because every time I see you guys in Gardic, I'm late.
Poop. Well, let me know you're there. I'll make sure I wait. Or rearrange.
Oh. Okay.
Bimo, you also
Third of
weren't
your
on.
time remaining.
You weren't there for Circle of Jerks. I was
Circle of
waiting
Jerks?
for you. Yeah.
I watched for a bit. I didn't know that I had an open invitation to Circle of Jerks.
You have an open invitation to watch.
I expect you to see. Yeah, I expect you to see you in the chat.
I was in the chat.
I don't
You
host
can ask
Circle of
Zax.
Jerks. I don't host it. I'm just saying that I.
You can ask
expected
Zax. I was in the chat 100%.
No, not the one when I was on.
Was that Sunday? Was that the one I was watching? At like
Yes, Charles was there. Charles did it. He did the work.
It's like a teacher shitting on someone for not doing the homework. You're like, you weren't there in the chat when I needed you.
Charles was there
dare
making
I?
jokes and
that video was surreal.
Yes, Bimo, you need to
Charles,
do better,
you
okay?
know-
you need to
you know who
cyber
the
stalk
president should
Kitty
have
and
been.
always be in the chat, okay?
David A.
I'll take that.
That guy. You guys missed out on a really great president. He was supposed to be the 47th president.
You've been warned.
Yeah.
All I know is trans people are my friends.
No, that song was not even the one that we. What was it? It was some other rap, but same artist. You see, it was a banger episode.
Transphobes can catch these hands.
And AJ's dad was there.
YouTube crapped out again? Rosales,
seriously-
what have you done?
No, honestly, the internet has been broken for the past few days. I blame
All right.
Hector.
Blame the erection.
Let's
The erection.
see how this goes.
Erections get such a bad rap.
Are you ready?
They do.
Let's go. So I was just doing something
Of course, he
simple.
drew himself. Of
Teleport.
course.
Vanity.
Oh my gosh. Eldritch horror.
Aw.
Jeez,
with
okay,
good
that
style.
is-
That is so good.
There's some
That is so
tricky
good.
With Sammy.
Bimo's
Yes,
true form.
Sammy
This
on the
is why-
shoulder,
this
you
is why
noticed.
The profile picture only shows his top half. This is what truly
I hate the tiny little under chin.
I'm sorry, I wanted to remove it, and I was like,
Ooh.
"Aww."
Popcorn man.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
that's what that was. Okay.
Oh.
Thanks for keeping it,
Are
family.
you downloading these? You better be downloading them.
Yes, I'm downloading this. So, okay, I need to explain myself because what I saw was this, and I thought it was going to be a racist caricature of a black man.
That's the one that you thought was racist?
That's because you're racist.
I don't see it.
I
Wow.
don't see that. Wow.
Why is
You know,
that?
they
I was
say-
imagining the mouth being comically large, okay, with the
But
red
then someone's
lips, okay?
mouth is not directly connected to their. Okay.
I mean, when all you have is a hammer.
Wow, Bimo. See
Yeah,
that?
that's same. I
Oh.
didn't know.
I'm
that
still
I
blaming
am
CPAP
with
for
such a
this.
horrible racist person, guys. This is a first for me. Complete disavow. Complete disavow. This is an absolute revelation.
We ready?
Normally, I am all aboard the disavow CS Paffy train.
Oh my
but
gosh.
He had nothing to do with
Nice.
this. That's all you, BMO. And that is amazing.
That is all me. I'll own that.
It gets better. Gets better.
I love this.
Oh.
yeah.
What are on his legs? Are those wheels?
That is so
Yeah,
good.
I thought it was going for like a robot
Interesting.
thing.
Oh, that's so good.
Perfect.
Average.
That's a really good face.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Zombie robot.
The eyes don't match.
Some robots.
You don't have to.
Yeah, they would.
Frankenstein.
Franken Hitler. What?
It is perfect.
That is so
More like
good.
Pickle Man.
It is so good.
It's Nicolas Cage, everyone.
Nicolas Cage.
Wallace has
Perfect.
accepted you into the ranks of racists. So
Oh man, I
congratulations.
disavow Wallace specifically.
I say Wallace has good people on both sides.
Very fun.
Peepholes on both sides.
Ooh.
Oh,
This
that
is
works.
amazing. I love it so much.
That is
This
so
needs to be a
good.
picture book. That's why I'm asking Bimo to download them. Oh my god,
Darling, that's just awesome.
that's really good.
This is me on a good day.
I need a kiss.
There we go. Next one. Ooh.
Hallmark.
Hallmark. What?
It kind of works.
What?
Omar Garfield.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's like Homer and Garfield had a baby.
And it's like the
I imagine
the
it's
person
saying,
he's just copying. Yeah.
All right, Rosales. Oh my god.
Oh, you got someone.
What country is that?
Oh,
Whoa!
greatest country ever.
You saw the change, right?
That's what that was. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. He has
I love it.
Medusa legs now.
Sea creature.
Jellyfish.
Scarf.
Okay, robot.
That is awesome. That is
Oh,
also awesome.
organic lines.
It's a robot girl. It's a robot girl. Let's go.
I made fleshy.
That is fleshy flesh. Yes. Interesting. I'm so confused.
You know what?
It's perfect.
Just embrace it. It's fine.
It's an
See,
amalgamation.
Rosales
of
said
all
hip.
flesh.
And you see that there's another snail. Just so you
Just
go.
disavow normalcy.
There you go. Ah, ooh, I like it. Is that an orc or a goblin?
Mhm.
You don't know?
Actually.
I don't know.
It's a cactus, obviously.
I was
the
so
frog.
wrong. I was so wrong. I love it though. That's
I think
fantastic.
sure. All right, ladies and pantsless gentlemen.
Talking
I
to you,
feel
Dad.
called out.
Upside down, it looked like a cat. The previous drawing.
So good.
I put ears there because of cat. Because cat. Yes.
Ah, okay.
The reason
Makes
is
sense.
cat. Yeah.
The reason
It's
is
a
cat.
very
It's always cat.
festive, sentient cactus.
Yes. You know what? That's gonna be our Christmas avatar.
Cactus or cat. Good cat. You can't do cactus. I can't.
Cactus. Cactus.
Yeah, that
Thank
doesn't
you,
quite
Hydra.
work.
I was gonna make that joke, but I just didn't know
Cactus.
how. So I'm glad you did.
It was a suboptimal joke.
Suboptimal. You know what? It's fine. Guys, thank you so much for a wonderful think and a wonderful drawing experience.
We
Garlic.
thank you all so much in the viewers in the chat for showing up to listen to us, guys. Thank you for gracing us with your attention. Hope we were entertaining, interesting. Hope we caused you to think, work those little hamsters inside your brains. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Roger.
And go and remember when we get to our theme song that you have to listen to the whole thing and sing along with it. What's everyone doing? You know, guys, guess what? Life goes on.
Preach.
Oh, yeah.
So what's everyone doing?
I'm flying this week.
Yeah.
Woo.
Oh, just casually learns how to fly. Cool.
Be it science or magic.
It's going to be
Just
sheer
miss the earth.
bliss.
Miss the Earth when you're falling, Charles. Use the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy method.
Yeah, my half-year divorce ends next week.
Let's
And I get-
go.
my half-year
Congratulations.
marriage starts.
So I want to see pictures of the Britishville. All right.
Britishville?
Yeah, you're going to the UK.
Yeah, Yeah. Well,
You haven't shared
London?
pictures.
What? Pictures?
We want to know. We want to know.
He wants to see
what it looks like.
foggy London town.
Yes.
Different background. I'll have the
You will.
popcorn machine behind me and stuff.
I want to see the
Yeah,
London
come on.
fog.
No.
You've seen his popcorn machine.
Yeah,
You
I
need
was
something truly exquisitely British. Not the
Tea?
a blue hat.
He's
is
the
not
person
good
with
enough
more
anymore.
teeth.
You need to show up with tea and a proper top hat.
fish and chips in it.
In
No,
it.
none of that.
Should we move thinkers to Tuesday?
Tuesday.
In it. Oi, you what,
Oi.
mate?
Though I do have a question though, because you have more experience in the UK than I do. That's for sure. Do people eat fish and chips with a fork there?
No, but they put disgusting.
They put vinegar on it, right?
Yeah,
That tastes great.
Lovely.
that's like
There's so many
That's your
things.
worst
that
opinion.
you-
It's
that
malt
you have-
vinegar.
That
It's
is
great
again,
vinegar.
No,
It's
no.
great.
Do you like salt and vinegar chips?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, then it
Oh, you
explains
should.
why.
You condemn
Of
Of
pineapple
course,
on
people
pizza
will
too.
say something
I
so
condemn-
outrageous. Guys,
I
this
condemn-
is the person who launched a pro-pineapple on pizza crusade in the Discord.
You know
okay?
I'm
Hey, I'm on
so
that
for it.
crusade. I'm
person.
there
Let's
for it.
go.
Yeah, but you don't
Yeah.
have such outrageous opinions like putting this heretical concoction. on
Can we just
fish
say
and
that
chips.
pizza anywhere
To me.
outside the U.S. is heresy?
That's so true.
Show
Ketchup
pics of
on
your
top.
bangers and mash, says Rosales. Not on the stream. Thank
That's on my
you.
OnlyFans.
Bangers and mash pizza.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm not.
Cool. So
Great.
yeah, great.
You'll-
What's up
you'll-
with you?
I have a different backdrop next week. That's all.
Sweet.
Mhm.
Yay.
Great.
Yeah, well, we're all looking forward to that. But yeah, I think with or without Charles, a few shows will proceed, which is yeah, good times, but sad in a way. But yeah, so I don't have one for Rosales' tomorrow night show, but Rosales does go after dark
Late
on
night.
Friday nights. So yeah, if you want to see Rosales get spicy, perhaps the spiciest you will ever see him, go to YouTube at Rosales Comics or Rosales Comics, if you will, and
Yes.
see it Friday night. It gets spicy. Sometimes BMO is there.
Subscribe
in
to
chat.
him. Subscribe
Indeed.
and watch his streams because Rosales is a seriously funny dude and doesn't get enough views.
Lies.
Yeah.
MSM.
Some
lies.
say critically underviewed.
That's
And
a lot of people
that's
on YouTube,
criminal.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Just saying, it is very criminal. But you know what? You can solve this problem if you take action and go watch his show. And then once you're done with that, enjoy your weekend. But once you're done with the weekend on Sunday morning, come back
Wrap
to his
it up.
channel for Super Sunday Wrap Up, where he will wrap up the week or perhaps start your week, however you want to look at it. He doesn't care which side of that debate you fall on, but go there, enjoy his show. 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. EST. But enjoy yourself. And
Also,
when you're done
remember
with that,
correctly-
if you
Go ahead.
need to get more enjoyment, go to Charles's channel. It's YouTube at Willis Greedia. For show business. Yes, you'll get a taste of what happened at the box office on Rosales'
Charles
Super
managed
Sunday
to
Wrap Up.
box office.
But to get a full course meal, you need to go to show business and really understand the business, like only
Wallace is
Charles can
lying.
show.
No,
yeah.
no, Bimo, you set the precedent at this point, okay? No, I totally
Nope.
believe that Wallace is correct.
You
on this.
you can spin this however you wish. That's
No,
okay.
no. The mainstream media has lied enough times, okay? I'm not believing you and your pizza nonsense and your vinegar bullshit.
You are the enemy of the people.
No. We were just getting into it. Come on.
Perhaps Charles will be there, perhaps he won't, but it will take place on his channel, so go there.
I'll probably be with Rosales Friday night, certainly. But yeah, the weekend gets a little touchy.
Ouch, like a bow wow.
It's very early for me to join you guys, but I'll try. I catch the tail end of After
Yeah,
Dark.
pretty much.
Yeah.
But I know
Dorkus?
who will be there on show business. That'll be Rosales. So if you just can't get enough of him, check out Charles's channel. Ring the bell. Ring mutual bells. Dorkus, sir,
All of them.
what do you have going on?
Touch our bangers and our mash.
Banger bangers. Yeah.
The train keeps rolling over on the No One Asked You podcast with Ascension Unleashed premiering on Sundays and Storming the Archives premiering on Tuesdays. Tuesdays. We have our plans set in motion for our next fan casting session for Arcanum Unbounded.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually more stuff. Oh, and I've been gaming a little bit over on the No One Asked You gaming channel. We'll see if I do more.
Sweet.
What are you doing?
What was that sound?
Because of this.
Oh my gosh, that is. Pay no attention to the man.
I could be closer, actually.
Woo!
Jesus, okay.
See your pores.
Hydra's gonna cry. He wants to spite me. Well, he has spited you. He spoke you good.
You have been spot.
Hydra, are you doing any events on the Discord?
I am
lately?
very busy, but
Sprite.
I will sprite you.
Is that a watermelon flavored one? What's up with the
Cranberry.
Oh,
right,
nice.
cranberry.
What can I say?
Yes.
I live in a
Hydra.
world full of heretics. Yeah. I will be, however, very soon scheduling some new events in Discord. If you want to watch me make games, work in Unity, do game development stuff, then be sure to check out. Some events will be up there very soon where you can join me while I do some of that stuff. And if you don't want to view my creation process while I do cool stuff and would instead just prefer to just chat or hang out, I'll be doing some gaming streams in Discord as well if you're interested. We are going to be playing Fallout New Vegas, baby. Because that's a great game that I never had the time to finish, and I'm fucking going to finish it this time around. So if you want to be there, then be sure to keep an eye on the Discord, because the event for it will be there very soon.
What's your plan for the Mojave?
That's a good question. I know I'm going to join NCR because I want to. You join NCR because you want to be plain and boring good guy. I join NCR because it was what my character founded in Fallout 1. We are not the same.
Mr. House will get us to the moon.
To the
It doesn't even mention cranberries here. It says lemon lime with other natural flavors.
Natural is naturally
other.
Cranberry. For those of you who are wondering what's happening with the gaming, also I've got a gaming channel that I will be sharing again on. I don't think I shared it in the Discord, but I shared it on Twitter. And it has very old videos on it and whatever. But I'm going to be streaming to that one and to Twitch for my gaming streams going forward. Yeah, and I also, speaking of games that I didn't have time, I never had time to finish. I actually never finished Red Dead Redemption 2, so I'm going to see if I can do that. But I am still obviously trying to platinum Monster Hunter Worlds before we get wild. But yeah. Bimo, you were streaming.
I was.
At some point?
Was I?
I don't know. Whether, yeah.
I do stream every once in a while, but I mean it's one of those things. If I have roommates that they don't particularly like that I can take over all the bandwidth at the house. So my streaming career is pretty close to over at the moment until I can find a different place to live. But I am going to be recording videos this week with Gray. We're going to be going through a game. And you should see some videos show up on the channel. And I'm changing all the art on my avatar right here because I am currently open for commissions. And if you just contact me over on Twitter or X, as some people say, yeah, I can talk prices and everything with you. I'm open for those all the way through to January. So, yeah.
I just want to
This was
say
good
that.
fun.
I'm sorry, Bimo, were you not done?
No, that's it.
No, I'm done.
I'd like to say that I recognized on Discord that I've been associated with some of you for a year now, and checked. I've been an unofficial thinker for over a year, and despite whatever happens in between the whistles, I love and appreciate you all very much, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Me neither. Thank you so much for being
Statement
part of
what
it.
do you mean unofficial?
Yeah, you're an official.
Charles, whether you like it or not, okay,
Yeah,
you are
Charles.
with us now.
You're here.
You're like a cyst on our side, all right? You just-
Jesus Christ, you said
You've been
that.
official
you-
for so long. Like you
Bimo,
were unofficial the first time, and then after that, you're in the theme song. Exactly, darling.
Well, I was reminded. Hey, it's been a year since you've known very similar people. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, Jesus, it doesn't feel like it. Oh.
Bimo, you said that cyst on our side comment with such personal emotion. I feel like you are speaking from experience. Okay,
It's like the friend you can't get rid of, you know?
Well, I got heated earlier, and everything I would assume is all right now, and that's something.
It is
that-
right.
Get heated.
I got
Charles.
heated too. I'm sorry, but again, it is when it comes. We've had this before.
Politics.
We've had this before where Charles has
I
said.
too
"Listen,
got heated.
If I get heated, this is just understand
You-
that this is how it works." And I think we.
You weren't here for it, but I got quite upset earlier on.
Yeah,
in
he got upset.
Was it about me?
No.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it was not
Yeah.
about you, actually.
There was swearing involved.
Ooh.
Swearing.
Spicy.
What the cuss?
Instead of
Us, there
Dorkus,
was
I was Darkus.
Dorkus, yes.
Dorkus.
Oh, it works. Guys, this has been an incredible stream for puns. Look out for them. There's no counter on the pun counter on thinkers. Maybe I have to start bringing that in. So, are we ready for the outro music?
I think so. Just remember, just one last thing. No matter what someone believes, you can still have a conversation. And that's how you change minds. All right?
Be civil, be normal, be an understanding and gentle human person, and treat each other as people, not
Unless
as
they're evil.
representatives of their opinion. Unless they say that you can put pineapple on pizza, then have no mercy. Give them no quarter. Let God sort them out.
Like, God, jeez. Bye-bye, everyone.
See you guys.
Pineapple on pizza is great.
Yes, it is. Approved.